I'm trying that again. Mic check. 1, 2. Too Legit City on the mic. What's going on, people of chat? We are back in the Meteor Mamba. Let's get it in. We should be continuing our Volcano Tamer. We got to build some stuff out for that. And we're still on the Dino Lab. Demolior has hit. And we're trying to do our best to conquer it. Did we release that much CO2? Alright, man, I gotta stop. These guys are not eating. Oh, the long hair babies are in. The long hair babies just eat oxygen. Good news is that it's all CO2 down there. Alright, so we gotta uncheck that. There we go. Temperature here is fine. Well, it's low. It's very low temperature. Oh my god, this is under 200. Wow. And then down here is around 800. Dude, we're gonna get to a temperature where this doesn't turn on anymore. And that means we're gonna need the peat burners to turn on. That's so bad. We're gonna no longer want to make steel. Good news is that we have a lot of natty gas. Maybe that's what we want to start doing. Our stable is working. We only have 2 Rexes, but I think we could fit more. We have a lot of food so far, it seems. So maybe we do want to get a 3rd Rex inside. We are missing Rexes, so we would have to bring one from somewhere else. We are working on this build. The dupes are working. Can't be mad. All right, so the only nearby Rex is here, right? Or I think we have one on the top left. Yeah, there's a guy right there we might want to grab. Good news is that going through this biome into the cold biome is technically a good thing because we want to do that eventually. The only thing that sucks is that it's not breathable in here. You know? That's kind of bad. All right, so we do have some cold water and we have a lot of water right here. I think we want to try to get as much water as we can out of this and have it fall down. All right, so we're gonna open that so all the brine leaks out. And I think we could jump. No, we can't. I would want a ladder here then, I guess. Let's make that out of granite. Don't want to mess that up. Okay, maybe Mamba right there is a bad spot. Mamba, move you down here. There we go, Mamba. Looking at this, we don't need to look at algae, brine, dartle eggs. Hydrogen shouldn't matter. Igneous shouldn't matter. Obsidian shouldn't matter. Phosphorite shouldn't matter. Pokeshell egg shouldn't matter. And they have a lot of tough meat. Okay. Alright, alright. So I do want to get a new Rex egg. Looks like they're not going to be hatching for a while, but we have 3 eggs. So that's good. And then we don't really need more feathers. We just kind of need them to just keep eating, I guess. They have about 7,500 calories. Yeah, the meat's gotta go bad. Meat's gonna go bad. So they're gonna sweep the rock piles out so we don't get any polluted oxygen in here, hopefully. Okay, this is working. Temperature is going down. That's good. And then we still got power for this. Nice, nice. We're not doing anything with the jaw bows, and we're not doing anything else with that, which I think it's okay. This pocket might be a problem, so we might want to do this. We'll leave the sour gas. That was a weird lag. And then we should do this. Oxygen here. Might want to let that out. Natural gas. Who farted? What the hell is this? Wait, natural gas. Wait, hold up. Natural gas? What makes natural gas? Oh, we had an oil refinery. Y'all remember that? We had an oil refinery here for like 2 days. 2 cycles. And then, yeah, it just outputs the natty gas. I forgot about that. I was like, what happened here? It's cool, it's cool. All right, this is still oxygen, polluted oxygen. The CO2 dump was for the slicksters so that they could consume. And then just constantly give us CO2. Now, I don't know if we're going to be able to dump anymore. It looks like this is going to be it. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. We will want to mob up some of the liquid just to make it so that there's more space. Something like this also isn't a bad deal. Just creating more space, right? Kiln's fine. I don't think we need to refine anymore. We did use a little bit of the peat. So because we're using peat for the foods, I might want to stop this and start using the natty gas. The problem is that this is going to be hot. I'm going to hope that it's going to be okay. Or we're just going to leave it alone. Poke Show roll. What's going on, Goldie? Welcome in. I see you over there. Oh, crap. Alright, we got to move it to here because he's going to get angry. He's already angry. We're going to do a little bit of beginning of stream maintenance real fast to make sure everything is good. Nothing weird's happening. Get some processes started. This is just hot. I might just want a thing of cold water right here, man. That makes a lot of sense. So this is salt water. I have a question. Would liquid being pumped into storage containers change temps if stored in chlorine in 4F climate? Cyberdyne, welcome in. So the question is asking... do the temperatures change inside the reservoir? Is that the question? So liquids in the reservoir are very reluctant to change. Now, they do have a minor heat transfer. It's just very slow. They do it from this tile, the output of the reservoir, and the tile below it. Now, that heat transfer is still not that, like, effective. It's very slow. If you want to use it as a way of converting the, you know, the temperature inside, you are better off running it on radiant pipes, right? In an area that's cold if you want to cool it down, or an area that's hot if you want to heat it up. While it's in the reservoir, it's very reluctant to change. Not that it doesn't, it will. You know what I'm saying? It's just very reluctant to do so. But yeah, hope that answers it. Hope that answers it. Alright, we're going to move some of this cold brine, and we're going to move it up. That's going to be the plan. Oh, we opened this. Nice. Alright, so... we want to mop this up. Oh, there's too much liquid. Oh, oof. So more of the warm water is going to fall down, right? And then I guess we should do this now. We are going to... I mean, I could still dump it here. No, we're just going to keep this as a cold sink. The only other cold area we would want to convert is probably this area. So let's continue the dumps, I guess. We are going to want to dump on this side, most likely. Whoa, not obsidian. Wait, did I make these out of obsidian? And then this is active right now. Cool. So we're going to move some brine. That's going to be from here. Move it to here. And then afterwards, we'll turn these on so we could start moving out some of the brine from here. too much water. Timo, what's good? I see. I'm pumping through a cold biome, but I need to get rid of the germs before I use it. So essentially, I'm going to pump it through radiant pipes. Make cooling more efficient. Nice. So the germs, yeah. When you're running the liquid inside the radiant pipe or any pipe, the germs are not going to really affect anything. So you're probably going to be fine. 15 minutes? It was not bad. We actually kind of... Oh, am I getting deleted liquid? No, it's just getting pushed over. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird looking? Crossover was easy, man, for a Friday. It was kind of impressive. But yeah, Friday cross was not bad. Friday cross was not bad. All right, so we know we're going to break into here eventually. We already have our tunnel set up. So we are going to do our lock design. I'm just going to keep it simple. And yes, we will want to lock this. All right, because we want to go into here. If anything, I do want to keep it as a vacuum, but we probably don't need to. Outside of that, how come we are not building this? Unreachable. How is that unreachable? How is this unreachable? Wait, what? How is this unreachable? You see that? They could go inside. Oh, Bert is banned. Because he got hurt. That's right. Oh my god. That was so jank. I forgot I banned Bert because he got hurt, man. Got hurt on the job. He had to go to the hospital. But he still wanted to show up to work because, you know, he's a hard worker. So I was like, you know what, man? We're going to force him to take the day off. Be like that sometimes. Let me dig this. And then we're going to try to mop this up. Nice. Nice dig, nice dig. And then we could mop the entire pool now. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, so we're moving cold brine to here just to get a little bit of a cold sink to fight these smokers, because the smokers are hot. I'm thinking about running a cooling line through here now. I'm not even kidding. Taking this line and dropping it off might not be a bad idea, because these things run hot, dude. I'm impressed how hot that is. Smokers are a heat source. Alright. This is in... Okay, so... we have a design up top, right? Yeah, we still have it. So we know how the design works. This is a layer that's effectively where the layer should be. That lines up with the volcano. Oh, it does. That's funny. Okay. And then we know that this is good. We are not going to run a temp shift plate there, although we could. We were running this there. I guess we could change where the output pipe is so that we could run a temp shift plate. I just don't think we need to. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. Alright, so I think we could seal this now. Wait, no, we can't. I don't have the freaking thermal pipe sensor inside. Inside like that. Okay. And then we want to drip this out on this side so that we could cool down the temperature on this tile. It does make a lot of sense to do that, though, if we could do it. Maybe we will. That just makes way too much sense to not do. And then we could remove these two tiles. And then have that go straight down, cool it, get the radiant pipe temperature plate. And then we get... well, we would need to do this tile too, right? How would we want to do that? If I temp shift plate this, it's that range. That tile gets compromised. I kind of want this facing this way. And then this is a wall right here. Maybe we just have this be where the liquid drops on, so it directly cools the metal. And then we just don't worry about this. Because if I put a metal pipe in our metal tile here, that's gonna suck. I don't want to do that. We have text time. We could text something up. I don't know if there's anything we want though. We don't have really a lot of data banks. Cold brine, boys. Cold brine. Nice cold sink. Move out some of the cold waters. Right. Wait for the dupes to do that. We go down on this side. Okay, so what do we need to do here? We need to start setting up the lower half, right? And then we need to build the area below for chilling. So I think we need to just break through. Let me get this started. We're gonna put salt water here. It's warmer, right? We're gonna want that if possible. Let's build out some tiles. Because we know that we have to. This is almost done. Nice. Look at that, man. It's cooling everything down nicely. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. All right, so we're not running this anymore so that it's not going to be power heavy. The peat's going to have to turn on, though. It's going to be the thing that kind of sucks. On this side, the lums are looking good. We're almost ready to get the... Oh, y'all see this right here? Y'all see this? This is a curl while hanging. What you do is you put the tile ladder, bam, and then you remove it, and then it's growing again. It's a weird glitch that happens randomly, so you gotta watch your vines. Just like that. Got to have the pro tips, man. Mosquitoes are dead. We just got the big fish, which is cool. Is the water off gassing and we're losing mass? That's what it feels like, man, over here. Let's mop up the phyto oil. That's doing all right. I think we just keep this running as additional power. Like, we can't really do too much about it. Yeah, if we want to keep the big fish, you have to feed it small fish. But the problem is that, you know, I don't have any fish being ranched, so I can't really, like, feed these guys. We're just going to keep them wild. As long as they're not cramped, they should give us an egg, and then we should just keep the life cycle going. Oh, there's an N after the M. I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Feels bad. All right, we could delete that. Could delete this. So we did drop off the hot obsidian here. Is it still in here? It's already chilled. Nice. All right, so we're just going to be going through the room. Keeping it simple. So we don't need to do a lot right here. What we need to do, I think, is just go in, create a tile space, have the water drip down. It's probably the smart play. We could have it drip out too. We just don't have anywhere to dump it. So we want this to go down. Oh, we got the vacuum in. Let's go. Right, so the idea is we want to dig in so that the water goes into the bottom half. And then we want to go up to here and seal it. This is not pressurized, so this is actually going to start causing a lot of heat. So we might be better off spilling the water into here. The only problem with that is like MacGyvering a path to that. That's like the only real problem. All right, on this side, we probably want to mine this out. Coming inside, it just makes sense, right? That we got to do this. All right, so this is ready. Let's get it started. All right, these are sweepable, so these are all lukewarm, so I'm not too worried about that. Same here. Ruik, welcome in. I see you over there. All right, so what is the pattern that I'm looking for? This is good, right? Yep. Turn that off. Fill this up with cold water as much as we can. We try to get close to max tile, but I'm not going to actually top it off. All right, so this is cold water to fight the smokers. These guys are hot machines, man. Goddamn. And then we're going to disable this building. And then what we're going to do is we're going to start moving the warm brine off of that side. And we're going to start dumping it in the cold zone so we could warm it up. So my people eating food are no longer chilling. Actually, chilling is good, right? All right, so we know we want to spill liquids in here, 100%. So we want something like that so we could fill it up. So we want the other liquids to spill in as well. I don't think we could do that. We would have to like drip this and that instead, which might be okay. So we want to go in. We want to get this path. And I guess for the sake of it, we should go like this. So that there's a lip right here naturally. I might even cancel that so we don't do anything weird with the corner. Right? Dig that down and then we could dig that afterwards. And then we could dig this so that all the water here kind of spills in. And then we get a safe way up. Going up this way probably. A little bit of water going down here is not bad. And then we want to drain the liquids up top into the bottom. Here specifically. Looks like a lot of the ice here warmed up because of the volcano. Alright, we're going to make them hold their breath, but they got the walk speed bonus, so hopefully it's not that bad. Ruik, man, how's the Fridays? I see you over there. Tamer's on its way. Disabled. We're going to enable this again. And then we're going to start dumping brine. Bump this up to a 7. Oh yeah, the peat burners are turning on. Oh man, that's not good. That means we don't have enough power to run the base. What are we running? Rock Crusher. We don't need to do this anymore, I guess. This is technically trying to run, but it doesn't matter. This is just repairing suits. Oh, are we making... No, it's not plugged in. So let me just unplug that. Science isn't on. No power? Is the sieve not plugged in? Oh, there's just no pea water to the filter. Okay, that's fair. We don't really have much that's running on power right now. Now that I look at this, maybe the desalinator down there. We could just cut that. We don't need that running. We have enough water already. This is a separate line. These suits aren't on anymore. Is there anything I need power for? This is enabled, generating rad bolts. That might be it. The natty gas pump. This when it's running. But it doesn't need to be anymore because we're not adding water anymore. So let's turn this off. Yeah, I think we're good. So we're minimalizing the power consumption again. We were using this to kind of, you know, add a little bit of, you know, ease of access for the build. That way, you know, the dupes have power, don't have to work, run the wheels. Now that the power is going away, though, we're actually okay from what I could tell, to just not use power anymore, because there's nothing here that really needs it. Now that I'm looking at it, everything else is going to be self-powered to a certain degree, right? Salt water, yeah, I guess we're good here. Oh, he was dumping a barrel. All right, let's get that one, and then we go to there. And then we want to go up this way. So here, here, here. 3, 3, 3. Here, here. And then we go 3 to here. That's not a lot of water. So we want to do this build. We eventually want to go down to here. And then we want to dip this down. So we know we go here, here, here. Alright, so that's going to be the play. This is filled with gas. This is fine. I don't know why I liquid locked then. Why did I even liquid lock? What was the point? I guess it's habit. I was cautious. Very trace amount of oxygen. I don't know why I liquid locked. I really don't know, man. Feels weird, man. Alright, for the sake of it, I think we might just open this up. Like, it shouldn't matter. I'm just gonna get a little bit of water for a good setup. Chlorine bleach, we're pumping it. I'm not really too worried about that. Kurosito, welcome in. Take the coal. Let's remove these and put like a pitcher pump here so that we could pull this out later. Let's mop this up. Alright, so we need to basically dump the water into here. We should have a lot right here, and we do. Idea is simple. We want to flood the geyser, so there's nothing there. Timo, the legend, he's gonna drop the hammer. Hey, let's go. Okay, so now we want to do this. Oh, the dew seeds are dying off. Let's go. That's good. It's finally dying off. Alright, we're going to do that so this spills out. We're going to dig this part because it's free iron. I want to be within range. We'll dig this down, walk across. A lot of pockets of water. So the steam's going to condense, do some weird water shenanigans, but we should be fine. Yeah, we're going to stop that so we could mine this layer. Otherwise, it's abyssalite. And I guess there's more brine on that side that we could empty out, but we're good for now, I think. This is a good amount of brine. Let's look at the liquid layer. 200, 1100. And then if we could push the water out so that it goes up, we would be even better. All right, so this is pretty good. We could dig this, dig that. And then let's go for this pop. Pop that tile. Let the brine sink. And then there's no heat break from this heat source. Okay, that's good. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, so we need to start setting this up. Here, here, here. I probably will eventually want the water here, so I'll just get this ready. And then we're going to try to mop this up so it doesn't spill backwards. This is a warm area. So we're going to try to spill as much water as we can into here so that it doesn't get too hot. All right, this is 35. 6 degrees, 13 degrees, all pretty good. All right, so my dupe's is sleeping. We don't have round-the-clock schedule yet. I mean, I can't really be mad about that, right? I gotta give the dupes days off. You know, man. That's what the labor union tells me. We gotta give the dupes a day off. They need time to sleep and eat. And I thought that, you know, 2 hours of sleep, 3 hours of downtime was good enough in a 24-hour cycle. Apparently it's not, man. Apparently it's not enough. Who's making these rules, man? Alright, let's get another brine spill out. We should spill out the top that's at 0 degrees. That's probably the biggest thing that would help us. Temperature is dropping though. I really can't be mad because it's like hot debris on the ground. This is not that hot. 60, 70, 90 degrees. That's not that bad. All right, let it spill. We want the ladder set up. This seems weird, but what we're going to be doing is we are going to be building out tiles here. We'll probably do granite. This is not going to erupt anymore. It's going to be sealed up right now. So I moved my remote colonists to a lava lake. Guess winters won't be bad. I mean, dude, don't you get wrecked when the volcano does the volcanic ash? I remember those days, man. Oh man, volcanic ash. You can't grow food anymore. I was like, wait, what? You telling me I don't get food? What do you mean? No food? What is this travesty? So we're sealing the bottom because we need this as part of the build. This is toasty surroundings, holding breath. Oh, that's a lot of CO2, I guess. I don't know, it's new. The biome description says less animals, dangers of fires, much more fertile dirt. That makes sense, fertile dirt, because of the volcanoes. That's kind of like the reasoning why you want volcanoes. They add so much nutrients to the soils. All right, this is almost ready. Let's start trimming the side then, so we start replacing it with the proper stuff. We could still go down here climbing, so we don't need to add anything. We eventually want to do this though. Probably get rid of this. This is our steam turbine space that we're going to start out with. All right. Somehow the water here doesn't want to push up, and instead my brine is just stacking up. Water physics for the win. So this is completely pressurized. We should be fine here. This is good now. Nice. Let's get that down so that we could replace this ladder. All right, the pipes are gone. Let me move that out the way. And we know that we need steel on this tile. Everything should be fine. All right. We should be able to dig these now. Get rid of these. Let's get rid of those. sweep that to there. Obsidian tile there. Alright, it's looking good, looking good. Gotta get that to move. The automation's in here. Alright, we're gonna try this. I need to dig that, build this. I might need a ladder here for that to work. We can't go through, so I need to build something here, even if it's tentatively, so that we have a decent system. You see that right here? I need this to come straight down. I need that to come straight down. So I'm going to try to push the magma over, and then try to push this out. Because I want to get the insulated tiles right here. I'm scared though, the magma's doing its thing. Was debating on moving into the new area. Yo man, don't trust the robots, man. Don't trust the robots. What's that movie? Memento? Don't trust his lies. That's a saying, right? All right, Volcano is sealed. We're gonna be trying to work on this. This area is cleaned up. Everything looks pretty good inside. I think we could seal this up now. We do want those. Nice. Alright, we're gonna slowly push this out. No one got stuck inside. Let's go. Power line's actually alive. Can't be mad. Can't be mad. We just don't have steam inside. We gotta add water, which is not gonna be too big of a deal, I don't think. Oh, this is getting a little bit of heat. A little bit of the magma. Did this create an igneous? Damn, there's a lot of obsidian here. Damn. All right, so we could try to get like some starter heat in here. How do I want to do this? I'm a little bit scared. All right, so we are gonna use granite, and then we're gonna run a bottle trainer. There's nothing close by that's gonna cause the water to boil yet, right? That sounds like famous last words. This is gonna push over. I hear you, Mamba. I hope you nap well. No, dude, I would be so pissed if that happened. Don't want my cat to die, man. All right, everything pushed over. Nothing too bad happened. Pipeline's almost done. Feels bad, feels bad. Okay. Get a bottle of water inside. All right, so what we want to do is add water to potentially make steam, and then we could start the loop. The only problem is that the steam turbine has nowhere to dump the heat at the moment. So we're just trying to get some water primed up and absorb as much heat as we can, we are not really going to have this running full force yet. Also, adding a lot of water wouldn't be a bad idea. We just got to make sure that it's able to maintain steam. That's all we really need. Mass doesn't matter after a certain point, but what we really want to do is maintain steam inside. This area is kind of okay now, so we kind of just leave it alone. 24-degree brine. That's probably from the bottles right here still that we mopped up. Yeah. Even though they could auto bottle from the top. Do you have electric setup? I do. Well, it's not plugged in to anything, but it's set up so I don't have to go back inside. I think that's what you were asking, right? Yo, man, you make sure to put the power plugs inside. Yeah, we good. We got the stuff. We got the stuff. Dude, this is about to run out of power, dude. It's gonna be so sad. Alright, so from here, we know that this wants to go here, and we want to not only do that, we want to flip this. Okay, that's cool. Alright, let's dig this part. I want to start getting rid of this. I guess we could get rid of that as well. Alright, so it's these two, I believe. We're gonna have to have contact there for a while, but it's fine. Alright, 40 kgs. Let's get another bottle. No more water. Alright, I think we had a little bit of steam flash. I saw this turn on for a second. Nothing weird inside. Want to make sure. We might use this later. We're just gonna leave it. We're just gonna remove the pipes, sweep it out. A lot of this is not that hot, so we could sweep this, that, these two. These are gonna be bad, and then we'll sweep the other stuff afterwards. Alright, so we worked out the blueprint last time. This is offset by exactly 1 tile. We're going to change a little bit of the pipelines, but we know this design is probably going to stay true. So we got to get these turbines up. We got to get the floor in. Did we go with a 3 wide? We did, and then we ran the metal on top. Okay. So that means we do that setup. And I think that means we got to move the obsidian abyssalite. We'll move that to here, technically. Okay, sweep this stuff. These are the lukewarm stuff. And then this gonna spill. This looks like this is gonna spill, dude. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing there, but it's not occupying it, man. Magma's so weird. It seems like it's just deciding that it doesn't want to do it. I'm scared of getting hot debris here because it might melt the granite. Granite's melting point's at 600, dude. That's like no leeway. I mean, you could argue it's gonna seep out the heat across all the granite and then the gas at the bottom. But it's like, dude, I'm scared of that, man. Real talk. Alright, let's dig this out. All the hot stuff's moved out. We keep that obsidian. You could use that for, like, building stuff. Alright, 60 degrees. Sweep that. Put on the silencer. I like how all the dupes climb up to attempt to get stuck at the same time. Classic dupes. Classic dupes. All right. We know we want that. Someone's gonna get stuck here, dude. I see it. Where do we want the right side set up to end? So steam turbine's offset, and then it's about 6 tiles. So offset and then 6 tiles. So it's gonna be out to here. Oh, that's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a while before we get that set up then. This bottom half is not gonna be active. I guess that means we could set up turbines, no problem. So we want to flip this, and we're going to get 2 to get it started. That's going to be sealed. Okay. This might be bad, but I'm going to assume that's going to be fine. And then we know that the design we want is this. Then it's gonna go into here, right? Boop, boop. Having that in here might have been better, so we gotta have a cleaner setup. We could still break into it and do it. All we got to do is take this tile because we don't have steam inside. And then it goes down. Do we want to do that? Or just have exposed pipe on the side like this, which is fine. So we have directional flow with bridges, overflow setup. Automation plugged in. This is going to be above 24. We're going to need these to have a joint plate setup. Maybe that's what we do. We keep this as a vacuum joint plate from the top and bottom. Right? We could do that. And then run that here. And then we're going to get the bottom set. The bottom's not going to run yet, though. Let's get the obsidian tile there as well. So we have the 2 space gap, if in case we want to actually, like, do something here. Now, we don't have any consumers yet, but it should be fine. I guess for the sake of the box design, we have to end it here for now. I think that's what we do, right? Yeah. Whoa, they're going there to pick up obsidian for crafting? Dude, Maya's hurt. How are you moving so fast despite being hurt? Dude, she is moving. She is hurt. She has the suit on. Skill plus 16. Wait, what is this run speed modifier? Wait, she has no... How is she moving so fast? How is she getting skill level plus 16? No, that's just her skill level. So she's leveled up to 16. And then she's just minus. Wow. Dude, she is just... She's moving faster than everyone else despite being injured. Yeah, man, she was born a runner. Oh, that's why they're getting hurt. Lordy. This is not a good time. Maya, get out. You're gonna get cooked. Maya, we gotta put you on the triage, dude. What the hell? Nth carpet, about to die as well. Both you guys. Get out of there. You see this guy? Casually in the magma. Didn't get damaged. What the hell? Travado's got the fire immunity. Alright. We're gonna need to do some digging for some extra obsidian. Geek! Not dying, not dying. Just do it for the obsidian, man. It's right there. Yeah, I'm using that much obsidian, huh? Alright, so I do want to put a tile there, just so that there's nothing weird happening here. I'll keep this a vacuum, not that we need it. I just don't want this to have something happen and then the gases come in. Alright, we just got to get the vent, power wire, most of this is good. This does mean we could do something like this. Because the joint plate is technically a bridge. Right? Which means I'd be able to run the gold wire out here. No problem. It's not connected. Alright, steel AQ. This does work. We just need power now. Okay. Time for the ultimate meme setup. We're gonna connect this to gold. And y'all see what we're gonna be doing. Ultimate meme setup. We're gonna have people run a hamster wheel to just power the aqua tuner. Should be good. And then we will do the setup like that. Actually, we have obsidian there. Let's do that tile first. I'm scared they're gonna do something weird, like pull the molten obsidian, and then it's gonna melt the gold. I see that happening, man. Alright, let's move the wheel. Let's get another one. DJ Khaled. There we go. Alright, so we got the power in. We got a vacuum joint plate. Got obsidian there, not that we need it. But it's looking nice. Relocate that to there. We got iron, which is not a bad thing. I guess we could put the tiles here just to have it. Yep, they are. We got the wires inside. We got the wires inside. So this right here, 1200, 2000. And if I click on this, it's 0 out of 12, out of 20. This joint plate, the middle is not a power line. So it's a bridge, technically. So we could just have a wire run through and it's fine. Alright, so this is cool. I want to build this out. And then I guess we want to start getting liquid in here. Let's not use obsidian for that. Keep it easy. Alright. Pea water would be a trap because it would off gas while trying to empty. So we probably just keep it with regular water. I'm thinking that's going to be the play. Dupes are asleep. How is everything else? Somehow getting a little bit of heat still. Not bad. Almost ready to double up on the lums. We'll probably fine. So let's get this to 2. Copy, paste, paste, paste. The only thing we're worried about is the fact that it's gonna be a water consumption. So I think this is good now. We're gonna cut this. We're gonna get rid of this. And then we're just gonna let that kind of just continue its life till it's done. Once the plants die, we're just gonna remove the lump. And then we're gonna have so much more room for activities, dude. It's gonna be good times. We probably want to set this up then as well. And then we want to put airflow here, I guess. And then we want to remove these two tiles. No, not this one. We gotta do that. Then let's put in the critter trap. We'll put in 2, just because we want to be a little bit nice. Alright. Sweep out the iron. The obsidian we'll leave inside because we're going to use it. Nothing's coming down here. That's right. Water. And then we're going to need to sweep out the water after we're done. The big thing might be the fact that there might be residual water in here. So I think what we'll have to do is overflow the water in the pipes inside to the steam vent, is what I'm thinking. I don't want to have to do that, but I think it's fine. Dormant, nice. So it's not even going to erupt anymore. It's doing good, doing good. We on downtime? We just idle. Alright, dupes are just idle, man. We gotta give them something to do. Start sweeping. Oh, dude, you better not be fighting my pips. Y'all best not be. So far, so good with the items. We've swept everything, more or less. Just gotta clean up the map. Y'all know how it is. CO2 levels are pretty high. These slicksters are not consuming it fast enough. Alright, second bottle. It's probably gonna be good enough. Feed them to the Rexes, but you can't eat the big mammoth. You can only eat the baby ones. Alright, so this is done. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, we're gonna bop exactly that. And then we're gonna reconnect it. All right, we had a bottle of salt water here, right? All right, 200 kgs. We're going to put that here. And then just create a liquid medium. I am going to just put a manual airlock to get this done. And then we don't need this anymore. Downtime, classic. Yeah, man, the Rexes can't eat the other critters that are 2x2s. So they can't eat the Mammoth, they can't eat the large lum, they can't eat the gassy moon. They don't think be like it is, but it do, man. Oh, no water. Okay. Let's wrangle these guys. And then they get a move. They're angry that their food's gone. Alright, so my dupes are on downtime, so we gotta wait. Dude, that's weird. So I haven't done it yet, but if you feed them something that they don't finish in one meal, the rest of the food drops. So they say 0.25, right? So they eat 25% of the hatch, and then 75% of the hatch becomes meat. So you don't get the full drop of the hatch, but you basically evolve forcefully. It's weird. It's weird, man. So you feed them a shovel, 0.05, you get 95% of the meat. And it just falls on the ground. They eat meat, they do. They do. They eat both tough meat and regular meat. Basically, the logic is regular meat is like very lean filet mignon. And then the tough meat is like... How do I even describe tough meat? They're eating like skirt steak, bottom round maybe? I don't even know. I don't know how you would even describe tough meat. They're eating the meat with the skin on it still. That's so weird. Alright, we're just gonna lock the doors this way. Alright. I think we could get it started. The only problem is that we don't really have a power source right now. Right? Like, this is gonna turn on. There's no consumers for the power. I don't think that matters too much. So I do want this as a power source. I just don't have a joint plate to pull this out of the room. How do I want to do this? I wouldn't mind using this to feed back into here. Okay. I guess we do a very sketchy setup for the time being. Super sketchy. We'll do it at the top. And then we're gonna run it to here. Should be fine. I'm hoping it's fine. Right, so vacuum, no gas comes in. A gas comes in, I die. Basically. And then we run that, and it's gonna connect. New printables. Ooh, sweet corn, sure. Oh no, that's sweat corn. Oh, I read that wrong. Mafic obsidian, okay. All right, so the plate's in. Let's remove it. That lag. There we go. And then this is gonna go down to here. So far, so good. It's looking clean. Dude, look at this. The water bubble here that we added. Oh, is there a CO2 issue again? I gotta start fixing this. The smokers are just not running. We had enough food, though, that it was fine. Alright, so the power's connected. The AQ could be running now, right? Alright, so we're going to be trying to cool down the water and let this do its thing. Ideally, we have steam in here. That's kind of what we want right now. We need to get steam inside. And then the next course of action is probably... Yeah, we do this. Yo, what's going on, Shrimp Scappy? How are you? Welcome in, welcome in. What's good, man? I see you over there. How's the Fridays? Happy Friday. Happy Friday indeed. We get the weekend, baby. First weekend. Is it the first one? No, it's second weekend, right? We had 4th of July weekend last week. I was going to say it was the first weekend of the second half of the year. This is above 24. It is. Okay, cool. Don't want to freeze the salt water. That'd be kind of bad. Wait, what does salt water become brine? Minus... Wait. -7. Okay, cool. Got a turbine going. Yeah, we're going to do a magma tamer. So both these volcanoes, we're going to, you know, give them the business. But yeah, right now we're trying to do that so that we could actually do some power. We're lacking some power right now. This is dying on us. Dude, like these tiles used to be at 1200. Now they're at 177. So much of the heat got extracted that we're not even running the turbines anymore. Yeah, we suck most of it. At the bottom, though, it's at 800. So we still have residual heat. It's just that the heat transfer between the tiles is slow. Right? Some of the debris are trying to add here too, but it's very slow, right? Just in general. But we're going to get this done in time. Alright, so we're going to need this. Very cool, very cool. We're almost done with this to get it started. We just got to do one more step, and then we need to drain the magma. Which might seem like a big problem, but I think we got it. Shouldn't be too bad. What kind of metal plates are those? Steel, baby. All steel, everything. Gotta have all steel, everything. Alright. Almost got the steam. That's what we want to see. Oh, I didn't put a temp shift plate in here. Oh, no, I didn't need one. Yeah. We're fine, we're fine. So the only one that should be working is this. The aqua tuner pipes down to the bottom, but there's no problem there. One bubble. Oh, man. Why am I missing a bubble? That's fine. I'm not too worried about that. Why am I missing a bubble? God damn it, man. Alright, so it is time. They have to pitcher pump the magma and then drop it off. No memes. That's going to be the play. That is going to be the play. So as they drip the magma, it's going to spill in, and then it's going to solidify. Oh, that's not good. Oh, no, it's a vacuum, so it's fine. There's no problem there. So we're trying to solidify the magma into igneous so that we could store it a lot easier. Why do you climb up to this tile, dude? What is this? Alright, so magma needs a lot of minimum mass in order to start spilling out. That's why it's not spilling. It takes a while. Infinite rock, yep. Infinite rock. So this first half is going to be a condenser, which is kind of what we want anyways. We want to condense the magma so that we could extract heat from the igneous. So my dupes are gonna go inside. They're gonna take turns adding magma. Y'all know how it is. Usually a job for someone named Stinky, but this should be cool. There it is. Hey! Hey! Hey, we got steam. Let's go. All right, it works. It works. All right, so we got the igneous right there at 1400, as we should. So now all we have to do is just go through all the magma here. And then once we do that, I could actually finish the build. That's the problem right now, man. Stuff is in the way. All right, so that's going to be good. After we do that, we're going to have to pump the magma from up top. Well, we're not going to. We're just going to let it spill. You know? Just let it spill. It's going to be the play for that. Add another pitcher pump and emptier. I'm thinking if anything, it would be just emptier. I'm going to try this. I don't remember... Wait, no, it's obsidian. It's not going to melt. Yeah, it's fine. We could actually just pitcher pump for both. Because you could pitcher pump, I think, up to whatever your carry capacity is. But the bottle emptiers have a limit of 200. So yeah, I'll add a second one. I'll add a second one. Alright, so as we get spillage, we'll be able to add heat. Copy paste. And then we'll get power from this. So right now we're just running the AQ like that off of some wheels. We have a weird transformer setup for now, but there's like no power. Here? No, because you have to build a tile. Right? Wait. Yeah, you have to build a tile there. Oh, you're saying here. Oh, yeah, that works. I guess we could do that as well. You have, I run a submerged setup. So this is my water source. I was like, I'm just going to use this cold water as coolant. So we're just running the water until it gets to 24 degrees. And then we just run it out. Sieve it. And then we run it in a metal refinery. Though I am not running that anymore. We're going to overflow this out. And we're going to use this water for my plants instead. So we have a pipeline out here. Going out to my plants. So we're going to do that instead. No more metal refinery. I can't afford this anymore, man. It's too much power. We got to stop this. All right. Copy paste. Time for the... Oh, dude, look at the heat. Nice. This is going to be where we might want to add more water. I'm not kidding. We might want to add more water here. Because it is getting kind of hot. Like, realistically, this is not for power. This is really just to make sure we keep up with the condensation of the magma. Condensation's not a good word for this. The condensing of the magma to igneous. That's really what we need to keep up with, right? The AQ is going to keep up with this at full temperature, but I'm scared it's going to get above 200. Right? The thing is that these are only active for about 70 seconds at a time. Right? So because of that, we shouldn't have instances where it's constantly adding. And we'll get, you know, dormancy periods, idle periods, where the temperature goes back down to 125. But yeah, the constant adding of the magma seems to be heating this up. So I'm thinking 40 kgs per tile is not enough. We'll go up to like 80 maybe, double it. We could always add more water via this pipeline, here to here. And look at that, man. It's adding power. So technically this is a joint plate setup, and then the power goes out here and to the batteries, so they don't have to run as often. That's not bad. All right, so once we do this, we're gonna make the volcanoes automatically drip into it, and then we're gonna have a heat soak set up for the bottom. That way the bottom has its own little, you know, sense of heat. Let's do the second half of the build. We need steel metal tiles here. I might as well start it now, because it's gonna take a long time to build temp shift plates. Oh, downtime. You dropped the bottle on the ground, dude. That's rude. That's just for it, second half of the build on time crunch? No. I need to just remove the magma so that I could build. So my build extends out to here, right? I actually use up all this space. So because I need to use that space, it's like I don't want to push everything over. It's probably better if I just pump out the magma, dump it inside, because it's going to be put into a tile anyways. And that's where I eventually want everything. So this just kind of speeds up the process while delaying the process. Like, it's part of the process, I guess is what I want to say. Oh, what the hell? There's magma on my bottle emptier? Hey, man. Is it this tile? It's blocking it. Oh my god. Dude, that's illegal. Mop this shit up. What are we doing? What are we doing, dude? Yeah, second turbines are in a vacuum. This one is a liquid layer, so that we could cool it down with the aqua tuner. Oh, man. Alright, good news. The bottle emptiers don't have a overheat point. Instead, they have a melting point, so we're fine. That's why you aren't worried about the cooling. Yep, it's gonna be fine. These are not active yet. We're just kind of waiting. Dude, I forget that that blocks it. And it causes it to spawn on itself. I mean, at least my dupes aren't getting hurt by that. We're fine. Hey, we're making a dent. Let's go. All right, so that's good. We're just going to have to leave this alone for a while. We can't really do too much for this. I may want to add more water though, right? Because while we want it to heat up, I never want this to go above 200 if possible. And this is getting there like really fast. All right, so we'll go back inside, do the thing. There's no real problem when opening this because this is a vacuum. We just need to make sure we're not using the magma obsidian. How do you gauge how much water to add at the steam pressure? So it depends what you're doing. A lot of times you have limits determined by whatever it is that you're doing. So if you're doing something like a gold volcano tamer, you have to have a mass less than a certain value so that you don't pressurize the volcano. That's true for almost every geyser, right? So the idea is to allow the geyser to produce. So if it hits over pressure point, it's not going to produce. So you need to make sure you keep the value below that. So in the geyser taming instance like this, you can't have steam pressure be above 150. Because if it's above 150, your volcano doesn't produce, which means this is pointless, right? The other one is going to be the vent pressure line. So the liquid vent here has a max overpressure of 1,000. So you can't add more than 1,000 kilograms of steam per tile, even though it's fine, right? Because even with the 1,000 kgs, as long as you heat it up, your turbine doesn't care about the mass. However, if you can't drip out the water, it's going to clog, right, your pipes. So it's like a weird thing where you have predetermined limits. That being said, it's going to be a ballpark, Like, you kind of have to wing it. It's governed by the amount of space, so pressure needs to be below 1,000. Yeah, for the vent, depending on the volcanoes, it's usually 150 for the volcano. But depending on the geyser type, like water geyser is at full submerge 1,000. Gas geysers like this is 5,000, 5 kilograms. This is 1,000 kilograms. This is 150 kilograms. And it's a certain tile that you have to make sure it doesn't hit the pressure. It's not the entire room. There is like a magic tile that it's trying to read. So in our case, right now, I'm adding water because it's too hot inside. I want to be able to keep up with the adding of the water. I mean, adding of the magma, so it doesn't heat up too hot. All right, no second bottle. Because the reasoning with this is autosave lag. I don't want this to ever get to above 200 on the steam temperature, because that means that your turbine starts getting inefficient. The turbine absorbs a percentage of the heat generated by the steam. So that means the hotter the steam, the more heat your turbine takes on. Now, at a certain point, the turbine stops giving you extra power. And that's at 200 degrees. So if you ever hit 200 degrees, you're just heating up the turbine for no reason, which means your aqua tuner is going to have to work harder. And a lot of times you don't really want to, you know, do that, right? You kind of want this because it's power hungry at 1200 per second to kind of be just good. Now, the second thing is that as this gets hotter, this means the aqua tuner supports fewer turbines. While it can support the 1, even if it gets up to 500 degrees, it won't be able to support 3 in that instance. So, you know, we just want to make sure that we future-proof it. We added an extra bottle of 200. That added this to 60 kgs. So we have about 60-65 kgs per tile. It's still getting to 200, so maybe we add up to 80. All right, we're getting full power from this. All right, we get another bottle. Now, the thing is that this tile of igneous is not actually heating this up, right? This is at 1,000. This is at 190 still. So there's no heat transfer. It's really just when it spills and it's a liquid, it's giving us a little bit of a heat deposit, but it's at 1,000 degrees. So it makes sense why it's a lot of heat spike. No way to heat transfer due to the way vacuum. Yep, vacuum is the reason why that's the case. That's exactly right. Exactly right. Vita Coke, welcome in. How are you? I see you over there, man. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Thank you for tuning in. How's the Fridays, my dude? I messed up. Not in my playthrough last time. Yeah, man. Vacuums are precious in the sense that it allows you to do a lot more things that are really cool. But at the same time, man, maintaining a vacuum kind of sucks because it means you can't do certain things, right? You can't get people that fart. They're gonna fart in the vacuum and, you know, it's all over. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. All right, both of these guys, pick them up. Ended up melting the tile. Yep. All right, the plants died. Yeah, we did that on purpose. Need to make sure nothing goes inside. This is gone too, right? Let's uproot that. Anytime I hear that alert, though, I kind of have like a small panic. Like, oh shit. All right, we did the water dump. We're up to 80. Up to 100. Oh, did we do 2 bottles? Oh, no, that was just waiting for the steam to move over. We're fine, we're fine. A farty dude challenge playthrough when? Hell no. Wait, no, didn't they patch it so that they don't fart through the suits anymore? Dude, there used to be a glitch where if you take a flatulent dude, even with an Atmos suit, you would fart through the suit. So they would have like, you know, diapers. They got the 2 buttons on top of their buttocks, butt cheeks. And they would have an ass flap just to release the natty gas. It's like, why would you do that, man? What kind of design is this? But then it got patched out, so, you know, it's not that bad anymore. Yeah, it's Volcano. I have Geo active, so you give extra geysers. So we're playing on the lab map. The lab map is weird. So what happens in the lab map is there's a meteor here. It's not here initially. It's a normal map, but then the meteor comes from the temporal tear, and it crashes on your planet. The thing is that when it crashes, it makes all the geysers erupt and become active. So everything explodes. So everything that's covered is no longer covered. It creates resource, breaks it open, and everything erupts. I have 26 geysers on my map total. And all of them erupted. Half of them are volcanoes. That's the fun part. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 regular volcanoes. And then we have aluminum, gold, minor volcano, iron volcano, cobalt volcano, right? We have all the metal volcanoes too. So yeah, it's a lot of stuff, but the problem is that what happens is if you have a bad generation, you get a no abyssalite heat transfer from the volcanoes, and it cooks the biomes. So this was a fish biome. All the fish are dead. This boiled the steam. Like, it was supposed to be pea water. Like, this biome with the gold and whatnot is supposed to look like it's supposed to look like this. You're supposed to have plants, paku, jawbones. If you get lucky, you get some mosquitoes, right? You get the lure plant. Yeah, the pressure, man. The dude, it's steam, dude. So because of that, you kind of have to save the biomes, so to speak. Because if you get a bad, like you see this volcano inside, if you get a bad setup, it might be just generating heat nonstop. That's the thing about that. Yeah, you gotta do a couple things. You could either A, pre-cool it, right? What you could do is have like a heat sink, add in some cold water and have it connect, and then have it slowly cool down so it condenses. Hey, Pigeon, coming in with the 67 mon, 67. Dude, you're almost at 69, my dude. I see you over there. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the moon 20 hours ad free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there. Happy Friday, Pigeon. What's good, man? What is good? What is good? Is the water stopping this from spilling? That's weird. I go out and dump the heat and top. Like we were in Chronicles of Riddick. Oh, man. Vin Diesel, man. Vin Diesel is a character, man. It's like the best way to put it. Did you know what was his selling point of being an actor was? He was light-skinned and thus could play any role. He could be black, he could be Italian, he could be Mexican. That was his selling point, dude, when he was trying to audition for roles. And then he tried to expand his range. He tried to do as many movies as he can that are like different genres. He did action movies. He tried to be like the superhero, right? He had Triple X, Chronicles of Riddick. You know, he had all those. Now he has Fast and Furious. Man, that guy though, man. Shout out to him. Yeah, have you seen his audition tapes? Him trying to act Italian. I have, yeah, man. Dude, that's what they look for, man, in Hollywood. That's the craziest thing. You don't think about that, but like people get roles because of that. They fit the cutout. I haven't heard of that abductor. I see you over there. I'm just chilling. It's been a weird week at work. What's the colony goal? So we got hit by the meteor. It causes a lot of problems. It's hot up top. And then they put all this neutronium that we can't break through. So what we want to do is we want to survive, and we did that. And then we want to go to the tear. So the idea is somehow a meteor came through the tear. We not gonna sit here and let that happen. We're gonna send something back. So we're gonna build a rocket and go through and cause the same amount of you know, havoc on them as they did to us. It's a revenge run, boys. So we're gonna go in and handle the business once we can, of course. But yeah, that's gonna be the play. If you send a meteor at us, we're gonna send something back. It'd be like that sometimes, man. Alright, the vacuum's cool. Yeah, anyways, I just started blasting. Oh, pacifier. Yeah, I've seen that. He had to do the dance at the end, right? It was like his dad was teaching his son a dance. And it's like, it's because his dad is rich and he has a secret dance that he needs to do in order to get through like the danger zone. And then it's like, dude, you got to learn to dance, otherwise he never goes to sleep. And he's like, okay, man, I'll learn it. And then it's like at the end of the day, it's like he needed it to survive. Oh man, dude, I just remember the dance because I was like, dude, Vin Diesel was just hopping around on like 4x4 squares, dodging laser beams. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, who would have thought, man? This movie about babysitting has him doing like spy-fi stuff. Be like that sometimes, boys. No, man, Pigeon, hopefully, dude, work stops being weird. No one likes weird stuff, man. So hopefully, man, things pick up. All right, digging that should be fine. But yo, man, Pigeon, thank you so much for the long time support. Appreciate my man. If you guys don't know Pigeon, he was one of the guest appearances on the Gordon Ramsay Hell's Kitchen. So you know that scene where Gordon goes, dude, the freshest thing in this kitchen is the pigeon right there. That's who he's talking about, man. Pigeon was wearing one of those Gucci sweaters with a Balenciaga shirt underneath. Got the gold chain, shades on, man. Dude, Ray-Bans, baby. If you guys don't know Pigeon now, you guys do. That guy's famous. All right, so this is at 2. Dude, it's getting hot. I don't think we keep up with this. I think I'm okay with 80, though. I don't want to add any more. I think the rate of which we're just dumping magma is just too consistent. I think in the long term, though, it's going to be fine. So we're just going to make sure it doesn't get above like 250. Otherwise, my aqua tutor might start breaking because of the overheat temperature. Like, that's all we're worried about at this point while we're emptying out the magma. I wouldn't mind giving this like a cycle to chill down, and then we redo this again. All right, so next step, now that we know we could do that, and it's all gravy, we're dumping hot water here so that we could deal with this area. This is not hot anymore, so we're good. What's going on, Green Ferret? Welcome in. Oh, there's nowhere to go with the lums. Feels bad. Let's take that out. All right, what is our next plan then? Like, what do we need to do? Oh yeah, CO2 food thingies. 120. I could do empty right now. Just do it. What's going on, Confused Santa? Welcome in. I hate having a kilogram of iridium. The game is trying to force me to use it for automation. Dude, I mined out the uranium geode and it has trace amount of lead. I don't remember how much is on there, but it's like I got lead and it's the first item on the freaking metal list. But I need to use the lead so that I could make my volcano tamer proper. I feel you with that, Santa. I feel you with that. Putting it on a pedestal is pretty good, actually. That's a great idea. It takes it out of use effectively. All right, we're going to allow this to finish dripping and we're going to turn it off to let the turbine catch up. It's exactly 1 kgs. That's actually nice. All right, so with that, we should be good then, right? This might be where we start digging. Yeah, that doesn't really help, but I need to go up, I guess. Yeah, it should be fine. So we're going to be digging out the abyssalite that's hot. And I feel like we need to do this eventually, but I'll just do it now. Another thing I think we were going to do is also start using the oxygen to take care of this room. I think we really do need to take care of this room. So this, I guess we don't need that. But I do want to get rid of that, get rid of that. Mop this up. We're going to let the gases out, and then we're going to need to get an oxygen line inside. So I think we're going to want this line. We're just going to use regular pipe because it's likely going to be temporary. And then we're just going to need oxygen so we can actually work inside. And then we're going to have to deal with this area. Because I think we have to go this way to go up. Because this is in the way if we want to start doing rocketry. So we'll start prepping that. We have feathers now, right? Yes. Okay, so we have a lot of nickel. Let's make 8 more suits. Yeah, we have a lot of feathers now. It's not bad. There's no second meteor. There's no second meteor. Dude, imagine they make a mode where it's just meteors every, you know, X amount of cycles. And it becomes a survival game. Like, at some point, you're going to run out of resources. You know? And it becomes a thing where it's like, how many meteor waves can you survive? That'd be cool, dude. I'm not going to lie. I'd be a fan of that. That would be a good late game challenge, like after breaching the tear. Someone make the mod, dude. Someone make the mod. We just need someone to make the mod and it's gonna be good. Alright, remove the doors. Tile stuffs. He's free. Dinos get food like a ton? Yeah, they do. So the dinos give you food, but you can't eat it raw. You have to cook it. Now, the thing about the dinos is that it gives you a lot of meat. I think you only need 13 dinos. If you get 13 of these lums right here, you get carnivore done. 13, just 13, dude. It's insane. Carnivore in 13, dude. You gotta use a smoker. So the tough meat, the recipe only appears on this building. Oh, we could do smoked fish. Oh, we have a jawbone. Yeah, we do one of these. But the good news is that the smoker is kind of like a better version of the grill. You get it right here instead of the grill right there. Because you don't need a dupe to be there nonstop. It does take a while. It takes a full cycle to cook. But your dupe doesn't have to be there. So you just set it and forget it. Y'all remember that rotisserie chicken grill? That was the infomercial for that. Y'all know what I'm talking about? I might be crazy. You guys don't even know what I'm saying. They had that rotisserie chicken. I used to watch infomercials to help study in college. Dude, I used to just have the TV play because I was scared of being alone. And I would be alone all the time. Oh, what the heck? Right? So what would happen was that I just have Fresh Prince playing in the background, all the infomercials. Yo, Stinger's Playground, welcome in. Raid. Shout out to you, man. Sounds like you play Satisfactory. Nope, you were playing Oxygen, not included. Yo, man, thank you so much for the raid. Bringing the community over, share with ours. How was the stream, dude? I see you over there. Tactical Nugs, welcome in. Hello, hello. How are you guys? How was the streams? Hope you guys had a nice one. What'd you guys get done in the world of Oxygen? And of course, if you guys don't know me, my name is Too Legit City. We play a lot of Oni. Right now, we're playing it 3 days a week. The other game that we're playing right now is actually Satisfactory. We do have that second game change from time to time, depending on what's, you know, what we want to play. But yeah, right now we're back into the Onis after taking a break. We're on the lab map with the new DLC. And for the most part, we're handling it. No one died. We got the achievement. Our first heat tamer, so that we could kind of cool down the area. We're running out of heat, man. We mined everything, put it in the doors so that it's entombed, and then we're trying to do the heat from the bottom, and it's about to cool down. We made another miniature one that we automated with a smart battery so that we could keep the heat for longer. Right? You can see that the items here are still, like, you know, pretty warm. 300. Okay, this is gonna die soon. I mean, good news is that the items are gonna be cooled down, I guess. And then right now we're working on a proper volcano tamer. So we are doing a magma condenser. So we're going to be turning this on. I'll show you guys what we're doing. Bottle dripping the magma, not because that's the build, but because I need to empty this out. And I can't pump magma because this is way too hot. So we need the space to finish the bottom part of the build. So we're just doing this right now. All right, gonna be going to get beer. Oh man, drink one for me, man. Get a red amber ale and say this is for Too Legit. And then afterwards, you have to go buy French fries and baby back ribs. If you're eating healthy, get some asparagus. And then that's how you do one for me. But for the most part, man, shout out to you, Shrimp Scrappy. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next time. We got Life Finds Way on Relica. Nice. Max difficulty, no care packages, no teleporters. All achievement. Carnivore was achieved cycle 99. Damn. You doing all the hard stuff, man. I will say that I still haven't found a teleporter. I found this output, but I haven't found the building itself. Max difficulty runs, man. I haven't done those in a while. Max difficulty used to be super fun, though. I think the last max difficulty run was... Man. Wait, something melted? Did I melt something? Only if I have iridium. Maybe it melted. Iridium should withstand it, though. Super hard. It was my second only. Teleporter. Oh, no. I haven't found the room with the teleporter either. Right? You know how there's like a room cut out? I haven't found it. And the map's pretty deep. So I'm thinking that the devs might have specifically put the teleporter at the bottom half of the map, knowing that if you were to teleport to the second planet, you wouldn't have any problems. You know, that makes sense that they would do that, I feel like. I don't know if they actually would, though, but, you know, that makes sense. But yeah, it might have melted. All right, so we're dripping out magma here. You can see that it's spilling and then teleporting out. So we're effectively condensing the magma. One of my patent builds. I do have to head out, though. It was super fun to raid. You followed me since 19? Oh, shit. That means you've seen my max difficulty beta runs. Yo, man, those were where I was like, yo, man, I don't think we could play that anymore. Pip Witch Challenge? What is that? I'm not familiar with that, Ginger. Dude, man, I don't think you could do Meteor mod anymore with the new changes to temperature and whatnot. I feel like you just get wrecked immediately. Maybe though, I'll have to see. Didn't think it was gonna get carnivore. I mean, you do get dinos. It does make it easier, but still getting it to at cycle 99, that is, yeah, man. Demolior causes some stress, I guess. I appreciate you though, Stinger. Dude, take care of business. I don't want to take up too much of your time. It's the weekend, baby. So I hope you have an awesome weekend. Appreciate the raid. And of course, we will see you next time. Be good, man. Carnivore, but the only critter you can ranch are pips. Oh, that's evil. What? Dude. Oh, my cat. I was going to point at my cat. No, my cat's not there anymore. Dude, why would you do a carnivore challenge with just pips? Yo, man, what the heck? I'm gonna be real, man. What the heck? What the heck, man? I guess they don't think it be like it is, but it do. That's a challenge that Sal did. It's pretty amusing, to be honest. Oh, man. Eating the pips. It just feels wrong. I don't know why, man. It feels wrong. Oh, chat incentivized it. Ah, I see. Still, man, I don't know if I would do that. The pips are the little pip babies, man. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve to be treated like that. Oh, wait, what are you doing? Damn, you went through the magma lake just to build a ladder. My man didn't take any damage. Dude, this guy's a stud. It's like herding cats. I love my kitty cats though, man. I do. Almost as much as how much Cal loves orange soda. I'm just saying, man. The little Mamba pips. But yeah, man, be like that sometimes, I guess. Feels bad. I think we could dig that tile, but the items are gonna fall in. We'll probably have to sacrifice that one. Oh, you know what we do then? It's probably like this, so we could grab everything out. Yep. Alright, so we're just trimming out everything that's hot and dumping it into the magma because we're gonna relocate everything inside anyways. Getting it in one tile spot's gonna be pretty nice. They're probably gonna go across the dig. I don't want that, but you know, can't really do anything to prevent it. We'll probably want to do this to go across. It does get hot pretty fast, man. Maybe we do want more water. That heated up pretty fast. Yeah, we're gonna add another bottle. Alright, so the oxygen line we're gonna add in. There we go. So hopefully we're gonna get some oxygen inside. Are we still dumping out brine? Yeah, it's warming up still. A lot of the tiles, we still have ice down here. A lot of this is still in the negative, which is not a bad thing because it keeps our base cool. There's the bottle of water. Let's go. My man, Cyberdyne, swimming in magma. Cyberdyne, you too, man? Why do you guys be swimming in the magmas like that? All we got to make sure is that when we dig through, there's nothing on the other side of the abyssal line that off-gasses. And then don't fall into the pit. Don't fall into the magma, boys. That's a bad time. Nope, nope. Oh my god, relocate that. That's a steam hazard. Get that out of this room. Alright. Should be good. Dig all that. Alright, so this is going to be obsidian tile, just to push it out. And then everything here is going to get relocated. Alright, let's get another one there. That makes a lot of sense, to be honest. And then we could start digging this down. If we have ladders here getting to here, we don't need those. My man, Timo. See, Timo's used to the heat, so magma is just, you know, normal temperatures for him. Just Timo things. Just no, man, you're gonna get cooked. What are you doing? All right, that's fair. Item got pushed out. It's not bad. We're just making sure everything falls down. That way, when we open this up later, it's not going to be a problem. Should be able to do the rest from here. Dude, what is you be doing? You really gotta watch the dudes. Temperature 209. I guess you could say we are doing it pretty consistently. All the debris are inside. Alright, we're gonna turn these off. Let this cool down again for a day. Let's do a sweepage right here. This is good. We'll start removing stuff off of this ledge then, because everything here is clean. Okay. Alright, we'll wait before we dig this out. 200 degrees. Nice, nice. Alright, so I do want to go down at some point. And since we have suits now and we're not really worried about it, maybe it's time to do like a suit checkpoint setup. These freaking volcanoes are just problems, right? We're gonna keep that because I want to look at the design still. I mean, I don't need food. I don't need food right now. We're really good on that. So, like, I don't need to ranch anything, do anything. We have gold. We have metal. Like, we're doing pretty good on all that. Honestly, pretty good. The lums are chilling. Oh yeah, we gotta move the lum eggs. Triple door. There we go. Top door, copy. Bottom door, copy. And then we take this. Copy, paste. Turn this off. Make this priority 9. Make these priorities 7. And then technically this is not used anymore. We can remove the lums too. Because they can't break out. They're just going to be chilling there. Alright, how much meat do we have? So the only reason why we want meat is to feed these guys. It looks like we can't feed them. So we want to get another Rex. Go up to 3 at least. Okay, so oxygen is now included. In this area at least. Looking nice. How do we want to deal with the water? So we're just dumping it here. Oh, we didn't have auto bottle on. I guess that's fine though. Alright. For the reasoning, that is... Can we even do this? Oh, they could do it from above the water. Yadado, welcome in. How are you? Hello, hello. Welcome in. Happy Fridays. Alright, it's going down a little bit. I think digging the abyssal light makes sense because they're not going to do any heat transfer, but they're going to be space for the brine. Alright, it's cooling down about like 100 kgs. 50 degrees. New printables. Lag. Little baby Slickster. Alright, wrangle, relocate. Right, so you can hang out with the other dudes. Eating the CO2. 7 kg, so they're not going to drown anytime soon. We don't need the salt water. We're not dumping CO2 here anymore. Yeah, everything's pretty good right now, man. I really can't complain about any of this. Oh, they're grabbing brine from here. That's pretty funny. That's such a hassle. But I mean, it works. I can't really fault them for it. Alright, so we're going to be getting ready to go out to space. I need to clean up this area. So I think it's cooled down enough that I don't think we need to worry about it too much. We're going to start just bottling the water. Like, realistically, that's probably the best thing to do. Get this in. We did it here instead of here so that I could stand on this tile. No, it's this tile. No, actually, it didn't matter. I could have reached either way. From this diagonal or from here. Yeah, it's within range. I don't think we need to continue this. But I guess if we wanted to, we should. It's 37. We don't need the vacuum wall anymore. It's kind of cool, though, I guess. Vacuum. Nice. All right. We could dig that. And then we could put the ladder in. Or do we... No, yeah, we want the ladder there still. Let's take this to here. I guess we're climbing up still. Alright. We'll sweep that. Turn on the magma. That's going to give the dupe something to do. 24, a little salt water. Gatado, happy Fridays, man. Hope you're having a good Fridays. So this is cool. No break. Somnium. We could try to save George. I was dumping CO2 here with a canister emptier. I didn't know I dumped way too much. So that's why the CO2 is here. That was my fault. And then we're just dumping the slicksters down here so that they could produce more oil. That's basically how we're getting our oil right now. Slickster oil. Offhand. All right, once we get this built, we're gonna empty out the water, dig everything out, and then dump more water into here, and then dump it more out. Taking it slow. That's awesome, man. Gotta take it slow in the summertime. Not because you want to, but because it's hot. Yo, man, it'd be like that sometimes. What's going on, Zone? Welcome in. Dude, Zone, did you hear? They announced the new season. They announced the new season. And I'm kind of mad. The new season doesn't start until August 29th. Dude, not a month, but 2 months. Oh, man. Is it the ones with the Chinese gamers? I didn't see it. I just saw the summary. Yeah, they had subtitles, right? I think, yeah, I saw the summary for that. Appreciate you, Zone. Thank you for popping in the link. I didn't even know, like, they didn't link the video. They just had a summary for it, I think. I saw on the Reddit. Man, August 28th? I remember something they talked about was that the Chinese players don't like evasion. And they think evasion's a lot worse than armor. I kind of have to agree. I feel like evasion only works if you stack it. Otherwise, it potentially doesn't do anything and it's RNG. And after using armor, I feel like it's not bad. It's just that it has no elemental mitigation, which evasion, you could dodge the elemental hits. Oh yeah, damage logs. They said something about wanting to be able to pause or look at the logs. And then the Jonathan guy was like, yeah, man, we kind of want to do that, but we're still working it out. I think that's what they said, right? It's like, it's complicated, man. And didn't they also talk about having a dummy? Having a dummy in the hideout? And then he was like, yeah, you can't do that because of conditional damage. And I was like, that sounds like a cop-out, dude. They were talking about, like, when you're in combat, not in combat, and then it's like something reacts to something. They won't be able to implement those features. Like, enemies in X amount of meter distance take more damage, kind of a thing. New pause feature. Honestly, man, I kind of just want the new season to start, man. I kind of just want the new season to start. But now that I know that it's not going to come out to August, I don't have to think about it for a while. All acts. I heard we might get an act 4. And then they said that the acts are going to be released one at a time. All right, almost getting up to 200 again. Did you see what they said about how during the pre 1.0, all of the extra content that we're going to get is going to be a spin-off of PoE 1's content? Did you see that part? I'm kind of like disappointed with that. They're like, it's not until 1.0 drops before we would get different league mechanics. You saw that? Yeah. I was kind of like, man, that sucks. We're just gonna get the recycled content, you know? Not really hyped about that. All right, the ledges are looking clean. There's no red ledges now, except for these two, and we're gonna take care of that. Almost done, boys. We just gotta pump up the magma, and then the biome's gonna be able to be opened up. That's gonna be the main goal. I want to be able to open up the biome. I should probably do the same thing here. Use the suits for that. You didn't play PoE 1, so it's gonna be a new experience. Still lame though. I feel you with that. 100%. That's still kind of lame. The one thing that I feel like they didn't address, that I feel like is the elephant in the room, is how come no one's talking about how behind they are with the dates. Like, weren't we supposed to get 1.0 back in June? You know what I'm saying? It feels like no one's talking about that. I feel like that's kind of weird. Almost ready. We're gonna be able to just pick up the magma off the floor. It's taking longer now to get up to 200 degrees, which is a good thing. And then all we're going to be worried about later is how viscous everything gets. So I think we're going to have to remove the ladders here. And then we're going to need to try to put another pitcher pump here, so that we're going to pitcher pump the entire bottom layer. I feel like it's too much for the team, PoE 1, PoE 2 at the same time. Yeah. That might be one of the reasons why, yeah. It's just too much work for them to get all that accomplished. I could see that. But, like, I feel like they should at least address it. Like, it would have been cool, man. They said something about it. Alright, not bad. Get all those items out. Someone mentioned in the Reddits that what they're doing is a travesty in how they're not focusing on PoE 2. And that putting it on a 4-month time frame interval that they have it at right now is like the worst thing you could do, because the game is not live, but they're treating it as a live game. And I understand where he's coming from. It's like they're trying to get all the strengths but none of the weaknesses. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to get all the benefits of going early access and none of the downsides. I kind of get where the dude's coming from, man. I wouldn't say I completely agree. I more so just kind of want the game to be finished. That's all really. I just want the game to be finished, man. $213. All right, we're gonna have to cool this down for a while. Let that run. We're gonna be moving the water and then start getting out the space. Get the sweet, sweet iridium. That's gonna be good times. I'll probably want to mine out because we get diamond, iridium. It's good materials, man. So we're going to put airflow tiles here so the breathability is easier. And then we're going to trim this down. We probably don't need the door anymore. And then once we get all that done, the breathability should be better. I probably do want to, after we're done pumping this, have the hydrogen go up. It does. It does. The worst part about it is that Act 3 normal feels a lot harder than Act 1 cruel. I don't know why. It doesn't feel balanced correctly. Act 3 mobs just feel like they have an inherent modifier on it. That's like the weirdest thing. Like, I don't even know how you even achieve that on purpose. It's like you have to like actually try to make them stronger, more resilient. I will say though, yeah, it does suck having to repeat the acts. I rather them have like, you know what I actually want? Like, regardless of the campaign and all that, I want it to be just more user-friendly. I hate how the Ascendancy trials require you to be able to do pinnacle bosses if you want to get all the Ascendancy points. It feels like you're getting gatekeeped out of playing the class, right? And that sucks, man. That's a horrible feeling. Oh, I can't get the last 2 points, 4 points because I'm not strong enough to do the trial boss. You know? I feel like they need to have a different system. Like, you could keep the trials and whatnot for the people that want to get the items. But, like, have a separate one for Ascendancy that's, you know, weaker. And then the other thing is, I don't really care about the story as much as I care about skill viability. It feels like 80% of the skills in the game can't be played on red map content and harder stuff. Like, you can't parry anything in the game at that point. You just get wrecked. You get swarmed, whatever. Bosses, you can't parry most of their attacks anyways. So, like, the parry system is broken. And then you have a lot of combos that don't work on maps because mobs move too fast. So it's just one of those things where it's like, there's, like, no viability. And I wish that was more balanced for the late game. Because, like, going from map 1 to map 10, no modifiers is not that bad for most setups. But once you try to do juiced maps, red maps, it starts to become like, man, I'm just dying. What's happening here? And it feels like it's a skill design that's an issue. Like, how the certain skills work, there's not enough coverage, too less damage. The animation's too long. I have a lot of issues with that, man. Like, I don't mind having to grind out a little bit. Not saying that it's okay to have the campaign be a repeat of itself. But if the skills were better, I feel like it wouldn't be as much of a problem. Because the only reason you're going through the campaign is just because it's like, man, my class sucks. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm playing Titan. This is not the business right now, man. I should have rolled Ritualist. I should have rolled Amazon. I should have rolled Blood Mage, you know? And then it's like, if the classes work, like, regardless of ascendancy, because you could swatch weapons, it would be a lot more feasible to try stuff out. Because way too many of the builds don't work outside of the ascendancy. And it's like they're abusing a mechanic that uses the ascendancy and the skill that otherwise other classes wouldn't really be able to do. That's just me though, man. Sorry for the rant, y'all. Just rant about the state of the game, PoE 2. Alright, so we're gonna be dumping the magma back. Did we get the res up? Nice. We're just pumping some water. We're gonna be clearing out this area and use it as a suit room so that we could go in. We're gonna start digging this out so that the gases flow out. We just get all oxygen inside. 700 kgs. No metal, but I think we processed enough. At some point, I think we're gonna need a pitcher on this side. Because of how magma works, I'm not gonna be able to mop it up. Because a single tile blob right here, it's 190. I can't mop that, man. Feels bad. Alright, at least now we're able to dump the magma on. Oh, I'm out of coffee. Oh, that sucks. Oh, join Discord. Welcome in, dude. You could have got some freebies, man. We were giving out some games in the Discord channel. This DLC was one of the giveaways. You missed it, man. $167. This is heating up, but I hope that's not actually a problem. Almost done, almost done. And then we got to do the exchange here. I guess we put a new one there. Alright, so we could do this now. And then do that. We just climb over the airflow. Let the CO2 spill out. If we get a little bit of a water spill, that's going to be why we have this here. Is it lit? And then let's get this back. We got to pump up all this water. This is like 5-10 reservoirs. That's a lot of water, right? Because we only get 5 tiles per reservoir. And then we're going to empty out more water from the top. Okay, we'll do that. We have holes for the water to leak out. And then we're going to spill the water up top to the bottom. I don't think this is going to change much, but I mean, I got to dig it out. Nice spill. And we're pumping. We're getting close. Man, this heats up fast. It really does. And then the funny thing is afterwards, we're going to have to spill this in. It's just going to heat this up again, man. Good news is that we can do that last, a little bit at a time. Put a pitcher pump in, you know. Sprinkle it in every now and then. Maybe we won't even have this running yet. Alright, alright. Magma tamer. It's on delay until we clean out the magma. So what we're going to be doing is getting this ready. I guess we could dig this out right now. None of this is hot. Oh, this room is hot. 200 degrees. I forgot about this room. Hopefully it's not going to be a problem. I don't think I'm worried about the brine there. I think I'll leave this, though, in case I want to dig that tile from here. We don't want to go through this, because I want the water to spill into here. Because this is cold water. Right? It's cold water. It's not cold. It's lukewarm, I guess. 24. It's kind of nice. Shower in that temperature. All right. Oxygen's getting released. Not bad. This is cold brine that we're getting from this room. Lum eggs getting moved. Nice. So this just these guys hanging out and becoming food sources. $180-ish. Oh, can you jump up there? Okay, you can't. I thought you trying to jump up, do the impossible set. These dupes. What's going on, Polak? Welcome in. You're catching us while we're doing our magma tamer. But of course, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're having a good Fridays, Polak. Appreciate you tuning in. What a contraption. It's not finished yet. I gotta remove this area so that we could finish building the bottom. So we're trying to remove as much magma as we can. You can see in the overlay, we drip in magma and then it teleports. And then we're just cooling down the tile so that it teleports. Works out pretty well. 200. I guess we could technically go up to 250. It's not really a big problem. The AQ is barely running 18, 12, 13%. This is faster than using the door setup. The door setup is for a different reasoning. So what I'm saying is that it's like the difference between building a water filtration system for a pond and building a water filtration system for the ocean. I don't know if that makes sense. But it's like, yeah, we're taming the magma, but it's two different purposes. The door setup with the spike is usually for an existing body of magma, right? And the reasoning why you use the heat spike is because you can't pump it or do anything weird with it to consistently get the heat. This is to tame a volcano. Because if you do the door setup, the problem is that at some point the magma is going to solidify. And what do you do then? Right? So it's like, it's different purposes why you would use that build and this build. Right? Because it's like, I don't know how the door setup would work with a volcano. Like, do you let the magma pull in and then put a robo miner that digs out every time it solidifies so that new magma spills in or something like that? I'm not actually sure how that would work. But in this case, we're going to be using this and then we're going to do another strat. I thought you just wanted to cool the area. We kind of did. Look at this. None of the red is on the outline anymore. I dug all the hot stuff and I dumped it in here. I do want to clean out the area so we could use it. So we are doing that. It's just how we're taming it is a little bit more different. Once you see it, though, it's going to make sense. It's just how I'm choosing to do it. It's a little awkward. I wouldn't even call it awkward. It's just, that's just how I like to do the strat. I'm gonna be real. This is just how I do the setup. Might seem a little weird, though. I just feel like this is a better design. I don't think it's caught on, though, yet. But for volcano taming, this is a lot better, I think. Though, you know what the problem might be? You do need lead. You're not guaranteed the lead anymore, so maybe that's a problem. Without lead, this doesn't work. So, if you get it, it's better. No, it solidifies to igneous. But it's 1-to-1. And then you're not digging it, so you don't lose half the mass. So in this tile, we have 37 tons, and that was here. That's about right. Because it's 24 tiles, then it's 1,800 per tile. So 37 tons is about right. And the top layer wasn't full. So that means this layer being at 1,000, it's about accurate. But yeah. Basically doing its thing. Infinite rocks. Let's go. Yep. Once we do this, we're going to have it done automatically. When they erupt, it just spills in on its own. What's going on, Zaki? Happy Fridays, man. Guys, what do you guys plans for the Friday, man? What are you guys going to be doing on the weekend? Tell me the plans, people of chat. What is it you're going to be doing? Y'all doing anything special? Any cool activities to look out for? Alright, we're gonna put the ladder there. Get the brine. Finally breaking into here. And then we're going to release the hydrogen. I'm going to try to mop this up. Alright, that worked out. Let's mop up this layer. We should have enough space for that to spill, right? Alright, so we're just pumping everything so we could use the space for a suit entrance so that we could go in and out. And then that way going into here is not a problem. Right? Because it's going to be hot. So if we want to have a suit on, we don't get cooked. We could withstand the temperature. We just need to pump out all the liquid. Here, here, here. Oh, you can just pump it from there. Alright, since my dupes aren't doing anything, we get the sweep in. $150. It's cooling down. We could almost turn it on again. Then we're just gonna turn it on. We will take the Mirth Leaf. So I figured the timer and the meteor impact will affect the position of the mineable space nodes. If you kill it on the last day, the nodes on the main planet make it faster. Yeah. So if you take it out early, it's far, but if you take it close, the cluster is like right here. It's nice, man, because the clusters are really nice. I feel like having it right outside like that is probably the best thing. The problem is that you have to wait longer, right, before you could actually shoot it down. I feel like that's what you have to like trade off. Instead of having the resource available earlier to you, but it's further away. You could wait until later so that it's closer. So that means in the long term, having it next to you is a lot better, right? But man, you get liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen. It's like, man, I could get hydrogen engine set up. That sounds amazing. You know what I'm saying, man? That sounds amazing. Damn, look at that nice temperature. Oh, never mind, man. I was going to say nice temperature with a 16 Celsius, but then I was like, dude, 97% humidity and it's not raining? Dude, man. Do you live underwater? Are you a fish? Are you just swimming when you wake up? Do you have a waterbed? Is everything covered in plastic so that it doesn't get too moist? Dude, did you guys grow up with that? Did you guys ever have family members that kept the plastic on the sofa? And that every time you sat down it made that plastic noise? And the logic is that if you spill anything, it doesn't get it dirty. It just comes right off. Did any of you guys ever actually grow up with that, man? That's a hood classic, dude. That's a hood classic. I don't feel like that's a common thing, though. Swimming outside. Dude, I can't swim, dude. So if I move over to where you live, I'd be dead. It's been raining all week. Tomorrow's gonna be foggy, so maybe shopping buses. Dude, you're gonna go bike riding in the fog? Dude, that's scary, dude. Out of nowhere, you're just gonna see a car. I'm just saying, man. Biking in the fog, not the business. You're gonna watch stream while biking, and then you're gonna be like, oh, dude, there's a turn right here, and you're gonna, you know, bike into the woods. I don't know, man. Biking in the woods. I mean, biking in the fog sounds like a bad idea, man. Just saying. Dedicated bicycle lanes. No cars. I've never seen... I take that back. They recently added it to the park. But I was gonna say, there's like not a lot of locations, man, that have like dedicated just... you could only bike or walk here. There's like a couple places in Venice, but like that is not a common thing, man. There's not a lot of like bike paths. You know what would be really cool though? If they had the South Korea thing. Like there's a highway that they abandoned, and then it's like they convert that highway into a bicycle space. Dude, that would be awesome. I know dude, they've done that in South Korea, dude. It's really nice. They added all the greenery and shrubs to it in planter boxes. You could walk on it, and then it's like people bike on it, and it's like it's a highway, dude. I had a friend that actually did that. He went, so there was an area that was under construction, so they blocked it off. His dumbass was like, oh man, that means I could bike on it. And he went on the on-ramp onto the highway, dude. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? That is not wise. But he was like, it was cool, man. You could go so fast. And it's like, there's no one there. Like, yo, man, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. Temperature's still pretty low. I guess we can go over here, right? So it'll be these two here, so we can push up the water. College cities have a lot of those dedicated bikes. That makes sense. Students are going to be biking, man. Alright, time to release the steam by mopping up the phosphorus. You should check the Dutch bicycle lanes with above, under, and above passages. Feels so good, but Poland slowly builds asphalt. Or good ground without recyclables. I see. No, man. I low-key don't really care much about bike lanes. Because, you know, man, I do the struggle when I ride the bikes. I can't do it, dude. I'd be falling. How's that Adele song go? I'm falling. And Poland doesn't have college cities. I mean, some other countries, man, have more emphasis on bikes. And it makes sense, just because it's like how accessible it is. Yeah, we don't got... Yeah, the US is not bike friendly. They were like, no bikes, only cars. Only cars. No bikes, though. Only cars. So they got roads everywhere, man. Let's get the magma, boys. Come on. I biked during my college days. It was fun. Hollywood movie lie. You could ride in the suburb. No, you can. It's just that I'm talking about a dedicated bike lane where you can't do anything but bike on it. And you probably walk on it. But it's you know, built for biking. You could ride the bike on the sidewalk. That's perfectly fine. It's more so I'm talking about someone else. Like over here, man, I see kids ride the bikes on the sidewalks. Sometimes they're on the road and they're like, I'm a car dude. You had to give me the right of way. Dude, I hate bikes, man. One of the worst things is when you're at an intersection, right? I remember one time, intersection, right? And I was here. There's a dude with a bike here. Right? On the left side. And traffic was stopped. So that this guy wasn't going forward anymore. So I was like, since he's not coming up, I can make my left. So I go to make a left. This guy saw that he stopped. So he was like, I'm gonna make a left. And the motherfucker almost hit me. Or I almost hit him. And he was on a bike, so I would have hurt him. So I stopped dead middle of the intersection. I was like, dude, what are you doing? Now, I will say one thing too, though. I was on the main street. And what I mean when I say that is there are stop signs on these two sides, and there's no stop sign here. I was on the main street. I had right away, dude. Even if that was a car, that would have been an easy claim. But yeah, it's like, dude, they were like, oh man, I'm just gonna drive. And it's like, dude, what are you doing? And then, you know what I hate the most about people biking? They never obey any of the signs. Never, dude. They never obey any of the signs. They run stop signs, and it's like I've seen a car run a stop, not a car. I saw a bike run a stop sign. He wasn't on the road. He was on the sidewalk. Right? So he was right here. And he tried to go straight across, and he hit a car. And he you know, he was over the handlebar, landing on the hood. The car stopped, and he was like, what are you doing? Because it's like, it's a stop sign, you know? And the guy just kind of just got off, got up, and just drove off. It was like, what the hell, dude? What's up with bicyclists that they think that they could just ignore signs like that? Like, it doesn't make sense. And then another thing I hate is that they like biking against traffic. That's probably the most like aggravating thing. They're on the side of the street where you park your car, but they're going against traffic. Like, what if a car is trying to park? Like, what do you do then? Like, what is this, man? I have like a weird disdain for bicyclists because of stuff like that, man. I wouldn't even call it weird. It's like, what are they doing? Maybe they're crazy. A lot of times they're young and they believe that they're not gonna get hit. It's what I realized. If I see someone that's older on the bike, they obey all the signs. What's going on, D-Mayor? Welcome in, man. Dude, you was swimming in some lava today, and you took no damage. So, D-Mayor, man, I need you to tell me your secret. How did you do that, dude? A cyclist hit my sister's cars while she stopped on the light, then sued my sister and he hit him. She's a legal advisor. Same cyclist. A bit later, crashed into a car, and the bike was totaled. Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be something that, like, I don't know how lawyers work. Do you look at previous convictions / issues? Like, if you have a habitual person that's just constantly getting into car accidents, like, at some point it's got to be their fault, right? Like, this just doesn't happen. Like, it might in a small window, but it's like, if you're just a repeat offender, like, annually, you may be getting into, like, 3 car accidents. It's like, every year you get 3? And you're riding a bike? Like, something's wrong, man. Something's got to be wrong. It depreciates credibility. It makes the fines harsher. That the second part I get. I didn't know it actually affects like credibility though. I didn't know that was a thing. Jacob, I see you over there. Hope you're having a good one. All right, pushing out the waters. Okay, let's trim this. Hopefully it's not a bad idea. Can't mop up the phosphorus, but this is dirt, so it's not too bad. All right, let's just dig this out. It shouldn't be a bad thing. Hopefully the phosphorus isn't going to cause problems, because it's going to solidify. It's going to break my pipes. Oh, it's not even moving. Wow, is okay. I thought it was viscous like it's honey. Oh, look. We're pumping it up. Oh, we're getting the weird thing with the water interacting and splashing everywhere. All right, mop this up, boys. We can't have this. All right, we can mop all this up now. Okay, these are good. We'll wait for the autosave. So we're doing this. We're getting none of the power because we're just running it back into the AQ. Feels bad, man. Dude, I feel like one of these days I'm gonna misclick, drop a liquid inside, and it's gonna bop the design. I hope that doesn't happen, man. BBQ. BBQ. Everything's looking pretty good. All right. I probably could do an opening here. I don't want to though. To release the hydrogen. Oh, we get more spillage. Let's take care of that. Yeetus, I see you over there. Welcome in. I ride in a suburb. F this car-centric nonsense, but yeah, hand signals, fluorescent shirts. Now I'm like on a motorcycle. Stop at every sign since it's bike. Give right away if I do have a right away. Still sucks that they don't build bike pedestrian routes in this country. It's yeah, it's a lot of it's just the inherent design, man. There's like is it the state government that regulates the construction of bike lanes? It's them, right? It's local state, right? Not federal. I'm not sure though. But I feel you, Yeetus. We are 100% not designed to have bikes at all, man, at any point. And it's realistically, we don't provide for it, which is why I could see how it's like both the bicyclists are angry and the drivers. I feel you with that, man. It sucks to ride. And it's probably made like that on purpose, man, so that you're forced to buy a car. It's the same reason why we have trash public transit. They want you to buy a car, dude. He wasn't hurt. Damage to the bike was minimal. I see. Yeah, having more livability instead of having to need a car. It's tough, man. The gas companies regulate it. That makes way too much sense. Way too much sense, man. But I feel it, man. It's just, it's not the place. America is not the place, man, to ride bikes. The GM tramways. Makes you wonder what is the actual reasoning. Is it really just choice individuals' private interests? Like, I would be thinking that, like, not the well-being, but the citizens, you know, making their lives easier would make it better to live in that area. I don't know, though. Who knows? Oh, you know what? I could see, I think one of the reasons, it's really stupid, but I've seen this happen way too many times. Areas where you have bike lanes, right? Sidewalk, bike lane, that also usually doubles as a car parking spot, right? So it's like you use this for parking, but then it's like that's the bike lane. So then that kind of ruins the bike lane because you have to go around the car. And then it's like you might as well be on the sidewalk. Another thing is that some of them have it so that you have sidewalk and then you have your parking, street parking, and then they put the bike lane on the side, right? And you know what happens? They hit the car's side mirrors. Dude, I would see that all the time. A guy's riding and just boop, elbows the dude's car mirror or use the handlebars and, you know, punches it. And it's like, what do you do? He just puts the mirror on the hood of the dash, right, on top of the windshield, and just kind of leaves. I think I read something like people don't want to park in spots that have bike lanes for that reasoning. Not that that's a, you know, good reason or anything like that, but it's like, you know, that's a thing apparently. All right, so we can't mop that. I'm gonna try to solidify this if they allow me to. The igneous might just remelt. Sharing the roads doesn't go both ways. It's tough, man. I just think that we don't have the right setup. You know what I'm saying? We just don't have the right setup. I don't know what that setup needs to be, though. Yeah, it's the area. The area that I was looking at that had that happen was a residential area, suburb. So, but that might be why. But yeah, man, I don't know what it would be. When I played City Skylines, I gave a elevated floating bike path. The thing is that realistically, we would never get that in real life. Because you have so many problems with that. What if the guy falls off? And then it's like, oh no, bro. And then it's like you're so high up, right? And it's like you can't mess up. What about you have a guy coming the other way? And then making that floating concrete bridge is like expensive. You can't though. You will never be able to do that because we don't have anything to utilize if cars didn't exist. Yeah, it's impossible. Welcome back, Shrimp Scampy. I see you over there. Because if you remove cars, the range of people able to like drive to work, go shopping reduces, and then all the businesses are out of shop, right? They're all done. Because it's like the people can't work. People have to commute so far just to get to the jobs. And we don't have like an infrastructure of public transit that makes that work. Biking with a DoorDash bag makes me feel safer. I don't know, man. Like, does that even do anything? I don't know if that would do anything. I wouldn't care if I saw a DoorDash bag. I just treat them like a biker, right? Give them their space. Try to not drive too fast past them, because I know that when you're a car and you like zoom past a bike, that wind force, dude, that stuff hits you, man. That stuff hits you. We're gonna release a little bit of the waters. Whoa, 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 whoa. Did I just pull out obsidian? No one brought any obsidian out from here, right? I just want to make sure. That was almost the ultimate debate. Okay. Granite. Oh my god. Almost debated myself. I wrote favor in college, so I got doored so many times. Oh man, getting doored too, that's another thing. Yeah. That stuff sucks, man. That's my only hack. People don't mess with other people's food where I live. So people give me actually like a wider berth when I'm riding on the road with a bag. Oh, that's actually kind of cool if it works. My friend rode on a bike and he had a attached carriage for his kid. He overtook a lady with his carriage somehow, and the lady went airborne and broke some bones in her feet. Police ticket, health costs, 5 grand. Then it turned out the lady hired her lawyer, and it was like another 1,500. No, it depends. The lawyer fees, depending on the court case and where you are, is usually assumed by the loser. So if you are claimed at fault and you are being fined, you pay for the lawyer fees. At least that's how it is where I live. So it's going to be a case-by-case situation, right? Your country, state, how the laws and regulations work, type of case. But here in Cali, if you like have lawyer fees, that's part of the amount you have to pay out. So it's usually quoted under admin and lawyer fees, right? And then it's like additional charge. But yeah, that depends where you live. That's insane though, man. Broke bones in the feet. Lady went airborne. That's wild. Alright, open up all the water pockets. Oh. Yeah, so yeah, hopefully you have a nice judge. But yeah, sometimes you're just out of luck because of where you are. Legal stuff, man, it's weird. Alright, still got water. It's almost done. Might as well clean out the rest of the stuff here. I can't hit that. Okay. We'll build out the ladder for this. Actually, we'll leave that alone. It's kind of warm. Not bad. All right, make the dupes clean this up. Give them something to do. 600. We're really just right there. I'm gonna turn this back on. They're on downtime right now, so after they're done with the downtime, food, sleep, we'll be good. CO2, CO2, vacuum. Crazy stuff. It seems similar like in Netherlands. I was shocked everyone let cyclists through. I asked why. Cousin told me it's better to hit a car than a cyclist. Yeah. Because it's... You're more likely to injure the person, man. Because you gotta understand, dude. It's like... physics, right? I know we're playing Oni and we're talking physics. But it's physics, dude. That mass of the car. Speed equals, I mean, force equals mass time acceleration. Dude, your car is like 1,000, 2,000 pound machine, dude. You going 2 miles per hour, man. You hit someone with that, it's like they got hit by a bicyclist going 40 miles per hour. Do you usually keep the abyssalite or you cut it out? That's a good question. So it depends. In this case right here, I cut out the abyssalite because it was 1,000 degrees. Otherwise, I usually leave it kind of like this. I leave the abyssalite here, right? But in some cases, I will mine through it if I gotta build something. So there was abyssalite here between here and here, but I cut it through to build the ranch. So it really depends. I will tend to leave it though if I'm not doing anything in the area. Like I'll mine up to the abyssalite, you know, but and then I kind of just work with it. But in most cases, like here, right here is, you know, we mined this out for all the hot abyssalite because this is magma, and then we moved it, right? So it depends. I try to keep it though because it's realistically you don't have a lot of stuff that utilizes abyssalite. It's not back in the days. If you guys remember back in the days when Oni just released years ago, you could use abyssalite to build tiles. It was just way too strong, so they're like, yeah, we gotta patch that out. Feels bad, man. Those were the days. You were able to use abyssalite to build tiles. Not anymore, though. Yeah, you gotta do it for the temp management because of the fracking, whatever you want to call it. The heat transfer. That was pre 1.0. And I think the reasoning why was because building a tile with abyssalite was basically insulated. I think that was the reasoning why they're like, we can't have this, man. So they're like, we gotta remove this. When all my problems were just solved, just build it out of abyssalite. Yeah, man, dude, abyssalite at 0. You know what I'm saying? It was just way too strong. Now, that was back in the days where people would jail dupes, make them cry as a water source. So it was different times, man. Different times. It's kind of like Roman concrete. Back in the Roman days, they had the best concrete in the world, build the most giant buildings. But those motherfuckers didn't have microwaves. They didn't have none of the food we have today. You know, it was different, man. They weren't eating chocolate. They were eating dates. You know what I'm saying, man? Like, dude, this is sweet. They didn't know what caramel was. Or I don't know if half of those things is true. I'm just saying that because it's like stuff we have today. Whoa, dupe tears is water. Yeah. So there's a lot of ways to generate stress. And then you would actually get people who master generating stress, which sounds like a horrible thing. You have to master how to generate stress. So if you didn't know, if you hit toggle red alert, there is a stress mod on all the dupes. You have them with low oxygen, sopping wet in the water. You know, low oxygen, don't allow them to breathe, holding breath. You know, do all that. The stress mods are just insane. And then they would, you know, stress out, go to 100, reset back down to 60 stress, and then climb back up in a day. Those were the old school days, man. That's like people... Oh, yeah, dude, there's a speedrun category called Child Protective Service, where you start a sim from the fresh, get pregnant, and then ignore the child so that the government picks up the kid. And that's the speed run. I was like, what? Who think of this stuff, man? Like, what the hell? I saw that. It was the most weirdest thing, man. It's like, streamer's like, oh, yes, I got her pregnant. And then, boom. All right, what do we do now? We just kind of wait. You have to ignore the child. You have to make sure your character is doing something so that they don't automatically like pick up the baby. But that's a speed run, dude, in The Sims. I was like, what in the world is this, man? This is insane. Oh, we maxed out again. I'll allow that. Keep going. People are messed up, man. They don't think be like it is, man, but it do. You really do be like that sometimes, man. You just hate to see it. Hate to see it. I have heard people are using dupes as fertilizer and some resource because they're essentially renewable. It's weird. I mean, you could argue dupes are renewable, but I don't think that's the playstyle a lot of people enjoy. Like, yeah, you can print dupes, but making the dupes as a resource... There was a video game that actually was just like that you described, Dark Tidings. There's a video game where you play as one of the devil's minions, and your job is to basically manage the colony by torturing the people, and you effectively get dupes as a resource. And the crazy thing was that it was in the Oni style. Everything about it was exactly Oni. Right? It was the weird... There's a game like that that's out. It's on Steam. Me being a Oni player, they reached out to all the Oni players. All of us, without even talking or anything like that, came up to the same consensus. Like, dude, this is not it. But they tried to make a game like that, man, with that concept. But yeah, I don't know if anyone plays that anymore. Dude, yeah, dupes, destructive tantrums they're deadly, dude. You could lose a colony that way, funny enough. Yeah, it's not my style. Yep, a lot of people don't like that, man. I mean, they tried something different, I guess. Can you mop up magma? You can. There's a couple issues with magma. So when you look at magma, you can mop it up just like you can any liquid. So right here, I have a drop, right? I could mop this. Now, the problem is that magma, if you keep spilling on a single tile, has a high minimum mass point. So minimum mass is how much liquid you need on a single tile before it spills over to create a new tile. Because of how viscous or how thick magma is, it doesn't spread over as easily. So even though it's a drop here, I can't mop it because it's over the 150 limit. 150 kilograms is how much you can mop. Anything over that, you cannot mop up. So you can, but not in every case, because you need to be able to, you know, have that under the value. So it's like you can, technically, but in my case right now, we can't. You can see right here, we're trying to pull this. Oh, I can mop this. And if I mop this, I think I could mop the rest of it. Oh man, let's go. There's some bottles right there. They could just empty it. Oh, can't mop that anymore. That's still in range. Okay. 153. What a travesty. 170. Okay. Let's put that ladder down there. We're gonna have to dig this. And then we're gonna have to put a pitcher pump right here. I think that means we remove these ladders and do the same thing. All right, there's a drop right there, so we got to keep that platform so we could pump it up. All right, we need to dig this. 213, it's not too bad. All right. Let's check this back out. I want to make sure this is good. Still pumping. Let's get this mopped up and ready. Dig this out. Move the item because we can. I guess we leave that. And then we try to release that. Try to dig this all out. And then we would probably want this for that. Okay, deconstruct the res. Deconstruct the res. That's gonna be nice. Okay, so we need... Okay, this is too high up. We gotta delete a layer. Deleting that's fine. Alright, we're gonna be ready. We are almost ready, boys, for the tamer. And then all the power problems should be gone. I think I will have to automate the bottom ones. These will have to be off. Is it mandatory to vacuum areas? No. It's only when you're... Okay, so let's talk about vacuuming and why we do it. So in most cases, you're vacuuming so that you could have just one gas in the area. Like, it's very common to vacuum out this room so you could store natural gas. Infinite gas storage, right? Welcome, Indo Alex. I see you a first-time chatter. And of course, you're already asking the questions, but I'm just going to tell you guys. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm happy to help. But the vacuum, right? So you want to remove elements so that you only have one type. That way you don't have to filter. In my case, we're using it for the second reasoning. Heat transfer doesn't happen in a vacuum, right? So in most cases, heat doesn't just emanate or radiate. Heat in and of itself requires something to pass the heat onto, and it's only through contact. So this is able to heat up because it's touching the magma. Outside of that, this ladder is not heating up because it's not touching anything. That being said, the ladder is also a background tile, so it doesn't actually have anything for it contact to. So in a lot of cases, we're using the vacuum to prevent the magma from boiling up my lock and then heating up the base, right? Now, normally, you would have a gas, and that's going to be the contact point. The oxygen would heat up, and then that oxygen would spread and heat everything else up. So the oxygen would heat up the ladder if it was here, because it needs this to interact with the tile itself that it's on. right? That's because it's a background tile. But because I have no gas in here, it's going to be cool. So that way you could survive the immense heat. With suits, you could only survive up to about 369 degrees Celsius before your dupes start taking damage. So even that's not good enough to withstand the 1500C magma. So you need the vacuum still. Having the suit, though, makes it so that the dupes don't have to hold their breath, you know, pace back and forth. And then you don't want the oxygen mask because you're going to breathe out CO2 and that's going to burn you as well. But yeah, in my case, I need to vacuum. But you do not need to do it for all the areas. Let's go to gas overlay. You see this blank space? This is my vacuum area. Everything else has oxygen. The only other area that are vacuumed is, well, you guessed it, the magma areas. Right? So these areas were vacuuming to prevent heat transfer. Another good example is here. This is at 900 degrees. I cut the wall here because it was cooking my fish, but all my fish still died. I'm sad. And then you could see that we allowed it to get to like 100, but then we didn't allow it to go any higher because we have a vacuum wall in between. I'm actually utilizing that right here. We have a vacuum wall, right? No heat transfer. And you remember what I said? Contacts? Diagonal is not contacts. So you could use this to prevent heat transfer perfectly. It's the only way to prevent it completely. Insulated tiles will slowly heat up, as you can see. But yeah, hope that answers the question, man. Let me know if you got any more. All right, dugout. It's on cold abyssalite, but not doing anything to the magma. This is weird. We do this so that we could pump this up. Time to get rid of this. Time to get rid of that. Let's dig this out. And then we're going to dig that out soon. Just build insulated tiles from iso resin. I see a YCK. Who has time to get iso resin, dude? You're talking about insulite, my dude, I believe. Thanks for the explanation. Gotcha, man. Insulite are perfect insulators. Yeah. So you need not only insulite, but you gotta build insulated property items. So it could be insulated liquid, insulated gas, insulated tile. Insulite with a regular tile does not give you perfect zero. So you gotta watch out for that. Haven't played in a few years. Yep. I see you over there, man. The freaking drop of magma right here. God damn it. Alright. It's time to go with a meme strat. We're gonna build this so it solidifies the magma. Alright, this is good. Come on. Do the thing. Do the thing. Hey, it did the thing. Let's go. All right, now we can remove this. Remove that. Yeah, that's why insulated tiles are really good. It has to do with the formula change for heat transfer, and it's a square root of the lower of the two, not an average. You know, it literally just picks the lower value. So, you know, it's really nice if you have one of them at 0 and then it's insulated, so it only chooses the 0. Because if you average 1 plus 0 divided by 2 is 0.5, right? It's like, well, that didn't do anything. Okay, so it's these two, vacuum, and then we have our build that we prototyped up top. So after this, 4 tile, and then it's a metal tile. I think we might do that. And then airflow metal. Does airflow tiles interact with temp shift plates in a vacuum? I need to test this. I'm gonna build a testing setup really fast. I'll build it out of steel. And then this is obsidian. Because it might be contact based, tile to tile. And then I'd probably just want an obsidian temp shift plate. We did not, dude. I got good items, dude. Don't you dare put that evil on me, YCK. God damn it. I got good items, my dude. I got a oh yeah, I gotta show it off. Where is it? Dude, splendid. I'm in, boys. Oh my god, inflatable water cooler. We got the balloons, baby. We got that yesterday. Temp shift plates work in a vacuum if the temp shift plate is interacting with a liquid or a solid tile. Non-debris. So not debris. But if the tile and if it's a liquid, there's heat transfer. I don't know if it works on the airflow one, though. I did. Dude, I feel bad for Artosis after watching that. It's like, they know, dude. They know about his community. I felt bad for him, dude. It's like, yeah, I get it. It's all memes, but it's like, meh. Nobody wants to interact with him and his crew, dude. All right, so this is different temps, right? This being hotter is good. Because what this means is that once the temp shift plate activates, if this changes temperature, it's going to tell us. This and this is going to change temperature as a verification because there's no contact in the corners. And then this is rising in temperature, so we should be fine. Hey man, that's the only way we're going to get microplastics. That's the only way we're going to get microplastics in the water, dude. You gotta do it for the dupes. You gotta do it for the dupes, my dude. Alright, so teleport point 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is the tile. Cool. And that's above the vent line, is that correct? It is. And then we have the door underneath, 2 tiles, and then the steel floor. Does that go past? No. Okay. So this goes down. That means we know everything on this side is going to be insulated. I'll wait for that. We'll come through this side to do it. After we build this, we're going to sweep all these items and put it on top. And then I need to see if this works. Cool. Next thing is this done? We never rebuilt the reservoirs. Let them do that. We don't have sweep for the liquids. The iron should be cool though. These two, that one, dig all that out. Looks good. So far, so good. All right. We need to see, man. We need to see. And I guess after we're done, we could get started with this. So the trick is with the pitcher pump setup, because the pitcher pump overheats, right? This part to here is the building. The roots are made out of neutronium. Totally legit. I got both endings. I did the ending because we played as Gustav. And then we went back and we did the Mayao ending. We did both. My man, why are you standing on this side? Oh, you gonna go back in? What are you doing? Sometimes, man, you just gotta take a dip. Sometimes you just gotta take a dip. All right, so you see these two temperatures interacting. This one is not. That means a airflow tile in a vacuum has no heat transfer, even with the temp shift plate. So that should allow the build to work. All right, so we are going to be building, I think we're going to have to do a steel temp shift plate here. And then that means we do steel airflow. We want steel here. Can't use the gold. That means I need steel. Ah, crap. Can we afford the steel? And we have a lot. Let's do 10. Oh, I don't have water coming out anymore. Oh, no, bro. All right. Temporary TM, insulated pipe. Sometimes you just need to feel a lot. Why are you doing this? Why do you do this? Oh my god. Why do you guys choose this life? Oh my god. This was a mistake, boys. There we go. They can no longer go up this way. Dude, these guys, man. God damn it. Alright, so those 3 are removed. $750 steel. Dude, that's not even shortcut. They went like this. They could have just went up and down because you're delivering to here. Ah, man. Dupes, by the way, don't have pathing logic. They don't. Put that out there. Dupes don't have pathing logic. They do not prefer a short route over a long route. They never have. I've seen dupes purposely take the longer route just cuz. All right, let's remove this tile. Oh crap. I guess I could do it here. And then we need to do these 2. Take the oxalite. This is not really going to matter, right? We'll just put it there. Then we need steel airflow because I'm scared. Even if it does heat transfer, I wouldn't be screwed over this way. Might be computational discrepancy. Pathfinding is not perfect if limited. I don't know. I wasn't lagging or anything like that. They just... Like, they could have climbed straight up the ladder. But they would climb up and then do a ledge grab. Walk back, ledge grab. Walk back, ledge grab. And I'm like, what are you doing? Why you ledge grab? Just take the ladder. It's a lot faster, dude. I was so confused. Alright, so this is good. So we're ready now. All this stuff goes here. Wait. Wait. I can't deliver there, right? Alright, I need this tile. Yeah, we can't reach. Oh, man. Alright, I gotta sweep all those items up. They be flexing to us. Dude, it's more so that I know that natural ladder climb speed loses to full ladders. And it's like, I'm like, what are you guys doing, dude? Just hurry up. Colony's about to die. Diagonals are shorter in the pathfinding computation, but it doesn't count. How is it shorter that here to here is shorter than straight up? That just doesn't seem right. They also don't consider any modifiers to move speed. They don't consider any move speed modifiers. Oh, that's bad computation then. It's not actually looking at the distance, it's looking at tile coverage. Oh, that's bad. That's just not good. It just doesn't make sense. There we go. It's time to sweep, boys. But yeah, if you have a flat floor with run speed bonus and a flat floor without run speed bonus, they don't prefer the one with run speed bonus. Zigzag ladders new meta? No, you would do the zigzag dig pattern. Kind of like this. And we've always done that. It's just, we know that it's faster if you just climb with ladders. Alright, time to sweep. So it doesn't look like we're gonna get any weird magma spills. Put that in. All of the red abyssalites removed, so there's no problems there. We're starting to remove magma, so it's going to be something we're going to trim down here soon. Recoup this. Actually, no. It's going to fall into the debris. Oh, no, there's no heat transfer there. They would heat transfer with the tile. I think. In most cases, I don't think I'm too worried about that. Alright, so we just got to sweep. No heat transfer on the airflow tiles. That's great. And I think this is obsidian. These two is going to be obsidian, so we remove this ladder. We know this is going to be a door. Look at Raven, man. He's working hard. He's working so hard right now. He's literally just doing the sweeping job by himself. What a stud, man. All right. Oh, that fell. Okay, that's a mop. I think we could open this to mop up the rest too. Let's do this. This is trace amount. Oh, so this is all moppable. Pitcher pump's no longer needed then. Let's get some granite, build up the tiles, mop it up. Alright, so we're not going to dig up anymore. It's time to remove the ladders. Didn't get stuck. Oh, I deleted the phosphorus. That's still a thing, I guess. Dude, you know what I hate? If you do this setup, and you lock the door, they diagonally could go through the bottom. Like if you have a setup like this, they could just go through even if the door is locked. I was so mad when I saw that happen, because I was space constrained and I couldn't actually put a tile there. And I was like, this is stupid. I was like, dude, they're getting it. They're not supposed to be inside. And I was like, dude, I locked the door. What is this? I initially thought that the door permissions wasn't working, and then I locked it properly by disabling it, and it was like they're still getting in. I was like, oh, all right, man, we'll put an airflow or something there or something. No, it was locked, and then it turns out if you show nav, the diagonal pathing, it's kind of like you're going here to here. It's like a teleport. The door never opens. It's kind of like when you jump the tile, right? The animation makes it look like they're climbing through. They're just teleporting. All right, we could open this now. I like how he's going left to right. Dude, you could recreate it. You could recreate it. I haven't built one of those though. The last time I did it was I think a year ago when that happened. I was doing an ethanol distiller. I remember it. So I was like, all right, man, we're gonna feed the ethanol in, get the feed the trees in, get ethanol, and then feed that in as a fuel source for the petroleum gens. Auto sweepers don't sweep to relocate. Auto sweepers don't sweep to a relocate, man. You know what I could do though? I could remove both of those tiles. And then we do this half, that's important. So we have 3 people sweeping. Relocate that to the side. That way we get 3 people sweeping. Also, we'd be in a vacuum. The sweeper would overheat. I don't even know how long that will last. Auto sweeper in a vacuum? Wait. This too hot? 190. Okay, we're fine. Dude, man, the gassy move's cool. It gives you bragging, dude. Who doesn't like some thick, salty stuff that the gassy moves give you? I think we do all that. Oh, I was gonna say, did someone get burned in here? It's like, okay, he's over here. No. My A key is not working. Okay, there we go. You motherfucker. Okay, you can dig out. Let's go. I was gonna say, these guys just got stuck on purpose. They're fine, they're fine. Get some more sweepage on this side, it's not bad. $214, $211. Alright, we're on downtime, so this is gonna get some time to cool back down. It feels like one bottle emptier constantly emptying will not push this above 200, which is a good thing. Constantly emptying one bottle emptier. I think we're fine. Putting 3 was adding a lot of heat really fast. 2's not that bad right now. Oh yeah, I didn't do the other part. Temp shift plates. I think we use gold. Maybe, maybe not. I think it's fine though. I had a ladder under the door. I think what it was is that my main ladder just ended right there. Because I was at the next to the neutronium. Ladder underneath the door. I specifically remember that setup. I did it going right. Actually. The actual setup was like this. Does it not work? Maybe it got patched? Maybe I'm misremembering. I could look at my VOD. I remember which playthrough it was. It was giant F. Hey man, that wasn't on purpose. That was not on purpose. We just sweeping, boys. I did automation wire. Well, no. I locked it with a dupe. I didn't have an automation wire. I used the automation wire in an example to kind of just show that I had it disabled. Or, well, locked, right? I actually have to say, dude, Loon Carry, dude. Loon Carry was insane. I see a Zarek. Maybe it was just left-right. I'll have to look it up, though. Dude, Loon Carry was sick, man. Elemental Genesis was so good. Elemental Genesis was so good, man. Getting the weapon that makes it so that every time you shoot, you get a random stain, and then you gotta get lucky, and then you get the thermal. Dude, it was really good. Man, you were there, man. When we were like at the end of Act 3. Oh, I don't know. I don't think you were watching it at the last playthrough, right? We had to fight the mob. No, I think you were there. The mob was called Claire Obscura, like the name of the game. And I was like, dude, I was getting wrecked. And then I was like, oh, we got turn 1 Elemental Genesis, and then we ended battle before they get to swing. It still functions normally, like they don't do dupe permissions as if they don't obey them. I think that's kind of like how you do horizontal door. It doesn't work the way you think it does, right? With the door permissions. It's probably something similar like that because you're approaching it from under the door, right? Okay. As long as it's not my dupes in the volcano. Oh, everything here is 200 degrees. Literally everything there is 200 degrees. No one's really hurt. A lot of people got small first degree burns. But no one's actually like dying. I abuse the door permissions, ignoring for one-way dupe paths. Alright, man, we gotta stop sweeping this stuff here. Yeah, this stuff is just hot. Dude, why are you still sweeping? We said no. Take the briar seeds. Still, no one's getting really hurt, so it's fine. Dude, y'all need to hurry up. Why is this taking so long? 219. All right, we're gonna turn this off. This is getting a little hot. You can see that we're depositing a lot of heat to the metal tiles. I guess we could set this up for now. And then the last piece of the puzzle. Lead. We'll do that after their downtime. They're eating right now, doing the thing. Alright, CO2 reset. Couldn't I just do this at 0? No, it just doesn't empty on the tile. You have to automatically, like, go through this. That's kind of tough. Hunter, welcome in. How are you? Happy Fridays, dude. What's good? What's good? We're almost ready here, man. Almost ready. Just gotta move a couple tons of obsidian. I'll send someone to the doctor's office. Everyone was getting burned. Kill Bill. Old man Kill Bill. Tired. All the driving and traffic. Ooh, that's tough. Traffic sucks. Was weekend finally you? Yo, man. We was working out the magma. Pumped it all out. Otherwise, it's been pretty good. We're getting ready to go out to space. So we cleared out this area. We're going to start getting some suits. But yeah, it's not bad. Not bad. I think I will want to set this up. To do a little bit of dumping out some of the heat. Oh, you have a stick? Dude, man, stick cars. That's a tough thing, man. Traffic. Mamba, I hear you, baby. I hear you. Mamba, Mamba. Mamba's mad. I stopped napping with him. Damn, the area is just that hot, huh? Do you have any ice? That would be how I would cool this down. I don't have any ice. Oh, that's tough. Dude, this guy is doing the this guy is doing the, like, have you seen the movie with what's the guy's name? Donnie Yen, called Ip Man. It's like a martial artist movie. You know how he's like practicing on the dummy dude? That's you, man, in traffic. Boom, 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 boom. Just constantly getting a right hand workout, man. I can imagine that, sitting in traffic. But it's like there's like a martial artists. Some of them, they practice on like a wooden dummy. So I'm just imagining you're just doing all these hand movements to get the first gear. And then you get a gear down. Oh, man. And then it's like, that's every second. And then every 10 minutes, you get a drive for like 20 meters. But then you got to slow back down. Engine has enough torque to keep the very low RPM. That's not bad. The worst is when it's in that sweet spot where you can't just... Or going uphill in traffic is the worst. Yo, man, uphill in traffic with a stick car, man, is a nightmare. I can't even imagine, dude. Guess who's here, boys? Mamba's here. He's hanging out, man. He's hanging out. Even roads with ice, snow, rain. Yeah, I imagine, man. Uphill, icy roads, and it's raining. Dude. The ultimate trifecta. Mamba, you yawning? I hear you. Dude, come on, man. We're almost done. Okay, so we have no ice. I want to get some ice inside. So you know what I'll do, actually? Because I can. People of chat. It is ice maker time. I can't believe I be doing this. But we have water everywhere. It's time, boys. Ice makers. And then we're gonna put a bin here that we're gonna pull ice out and deposit it. Dude, my dupes are idle all the time, man. It's time to stop them from being idle. Hey, man. The ice on my map melted, dude. You know how dinosaurs died, right? The volcanoes erupted. And then, you know, there was no ice. And they were like, what am I going to do, man? We don't have plastic yet. And then, they, you know, they had to reset. They have to reset, man. The problem is that when they reset, they became chickens. And they're like, yo, man, this was not it. This is not it, dude. Flydos make kind of obsolete. The Flydos work on that? I thought they didn't, because bots don't work on that. Yo, man, why did I think bots didn't work on that? Maybe it's the biobots and the rovers that don't work. Do Flydos operate? Like, they don't pull water, right? That's the thing. Like, they could pull the ice out. But I don't think they add water. Regular ice. Oh, the power is going down. Is it? There's a weird... I don't know if they ever fixed it. I don't know if they ever fixed it. To a certain degree, it's technically negative. But to a certain degree, it's like not that bad at all. Yeah, the ice maker deletes heat. So it's like, I saw Laricia's video. He ran this, right? Let the ice melt in spot, and then just pumped it up and looped it into the tiles, and it never warmed up. And he was using like 90-degree water. And I was like, that's kind of impressive. Like, he was just able to just keep making ice with no heat penalty. Dude, Ice Maker just sucks, man. Because there's no pump socket. You can't use the sweeper. You know what I'm saying? Wait, can you use the sweeper for the contents? I'm not actually sure about that part. But if you gave the Ice Maker a water pump, it'd be not bad, man. Yeah, it's one of the first buildings to delete heat, but after SD, AQ, Aqua Tuner, Steam Turbine combo, it's kind of pointless. Dude, man, I'm not a fan of the Icy fan. Isn't this hand crank? You gotta have a dupe sitting there hand cranking it? Yeah. I mean, if you got ice, it works. I just feel like having a temp shift plate with the ice is just a lot better. It's where I kind of get to. It's like, well, I mean, temp shift plate, man. Dude, I would hate to be in Xerox colonies. I'd be the guy, like, in Rick and Morty. He's like, what's my duty? He's like, you pass the ketchup. I was like, what? This is my life? What in the world? You know what I'm saying, man? Like, this is what we doing? Damn. I'm just giving you some ketchup. So we know we want a steel door here. Oh, I don't have enough steel. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, I had the solution. Oh, I'm out of water. Oh, Lord. We're out of water for the plants. All right. We are going to do this. Turn this back on. We're going to overflow the bathroom water temporarily. Guys, don't tell me. Don't tell anyone that we're using the toilet water for the meta refinery. All right, and then we have water here. So we're going to start using it. So we could only use it if we warm it up enough. And then it empties, right? We just have a lot of oxygen. Damn, it went down. I used to have 1,000 something. All right, we got to keep this running now. And then I need to get water for these lums. I might need to get another water source, man. All right, all right. We know that this is going to be built like that. We're going to need more steel. We just don't have the water for it. And then this is going to go into here, so that's going to be kind of nice. I need this to pump into here so that we could keep the plants growing. Yo, man, Kettle Pips. The hug of death, man. Okay, so temperature's fine. We gotta start the build. I don't have enough steel to finish this. This is probably okay. Door tile, so it's steel. Insulated here. And then how is the automation supposed to happen? I'm not actually sure, because I don't know how bad the heat transfer works. But man, they're not messing around when they say strength in numbers, man. Okay, gotta build it out. Do we want here? How do I want to do it? Alright, we'll just do it simply. Kind of just like this. We'll just run the 2 like that. This has to be steel. I read in patch notes this year, they've improved that logic. Not sure it actually got better. Yeah, it's weird, man. Sometimes the patches roll back. Or it just repops up magically. I realistically can't be mad about that, though. Because it's like, we're getting new content, right? I mean, I shouldn't be mad about it, but I am. It's supposed to be fixed, man. Or at least that's what they, you know, it's supposed to be fixed. The one quality assurance dev. That's so messed up. The exactly one QA dev. Alright, so this is gonna be the play. I will do this setup here. Oh, the lag. Still better than no one working. That's true. Yeah, it's always like that, right? It's not how we would want it, but it's just how the way it is. And that's why, man, a wise man once told me, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. And it really do be like that sometimes, man. Just hate to see it. Wouldn't this be okay as steel? Hold up. Yeah, that's the case, right? Both of these tiles could be steel, and it would be a lot better. Yeah. Kind of nice. All right, let's move that here. We have steel here. Take the salt water. Oh yeah, we had a water problem. All right, water's coming out. Water's coming out. Water's coming in. All the steel is made. We have 800. Okay, let's get a little bit more, as much as we can. We will do this. We're going to cut the overflow from the toilets. And we want to split the water at this point. Okay. So this is going to feed into both from the water from up top. And then we want to do that so we could use that water from there. Friday Factorios. Alright, so this is going to be green signal if above 200. Green signal if above 190. So we're going to do 200, 190. And then we're going to do a second thing is we're going to use gold temp shift plates. Let me look at this. What's the melting point? 1,000. I don't think we ever go above 1,000. Especially with water inside. So I have to hope for the best. Alright, maybe the first temp shift plate won't be gold. We'll do iron. We'll do nickel. Actually, what's a higher melting point? Iron, 15, nickel, or it's like 100 degrees. I guess we could use nickel because we have a lot more of it. And then, you know, we have the water drop here, so it should be fine. So gold, because we have the volcano. Get the temp shift plates in. We're having a forced green signal so that the door opens and there's no heat transfer. Now that the items are in, people are sleeping. We should be good to do the next part. So to cap it all off, we're going to relocate the lead here. And that's going to be how we get this to be better. How many is the dev team for Factorio huge? All right. So the lead melted. That's what we want to see. So that allows the heat transfer to the tiles to skyrocket instead of waiting for the debris. So the heat transfer is going to be a lot more potent now. It's going to be nice. And then it's 1749. This is 1726, but we absorb 300 degrees here before it falls in, because that's solidified, so there's no problem there. Nice. I think final revision's like 6 to 10 people. I might be wrong. Is Factorio the devs? Is it like a big studio? Have they made other games? That's another thing. Is the studio just supporting Factorio? Or do they have other projects? It's just Factorio. That allows you to have a much smaller group. Factorial RPG. Looking at the graphics, I would think they also made They Are Billions. I know they did it. Oh man, that heat transfer was fast. Even though we had that. Alright, so part of me thinks I do need to do this part. I don't trust it, man. We're gonna run steel conductive wires, like that. And then from there, we're gonna run nickel. Actually, we'll do another segment of steel because I'm just sketched out. And then from here, we're gonna run nickel. This should be okay. And then gold. Yeah. So that's fine. Once that connects, it's no problem. We are gonna power the door because I don't want that to break. 220? It's getting there. Shift in genre. I see, I see. Nothing wrong with a little bit shift in genre. Alright, time to close this out. I think this is good now. We can close that out. And then this is great. Okay, so automation is in, above, temp shift plates, pipeline. Everything's looking good. We're gonna get the seal, boys. It's time. Oh, adding water to here is gonna suck because of the freaking pipes, man. I'm hoping it's gonna be fine. All right, so the power is gonna go out to here, and that's gonna be our main power. We'll probably get rid of the wheels then, because we're not gonna need it. All right. Then we're probably gonna remove this. Get those in and replace this with a tile as well. And we're about to be done. Let me get a bottle of brine. $23-ton single tile, that's a lot. 5K. 4,000 kilograms. No, that's way too much. I kind of just need an empty bottle of brine. 3,000. That's close. Over 10 tiles, 300 kgs. That's gonna make the AQ work, but I think it's gonna be fine. There is a little bit of scare with this because it's gonna try to spread and it might flood the building, in which case we're gonna have to rebuild the turbine. Shouldn't be a big problem though. And then the last thing we need is, well, I guess we can get rid of this now because we don't need to add water. We need to get this. You know what? We'll wait because if I can, or if I have to redo the steam turbine because of flooding, we should be fine. But we might have to do it because of flooding. Maybe they're not going to carry all of it, and then we can cancel after like 2 bottles. That makes a lot of sense. Because they're not going to carry all 3 tons at once, right? No one's that strong. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's that buff, man. We get Eddie Hall coming in. He's still not going to be able to do it. Oh, this should have been steel, I guess. I mean, I could still do it. It's no problem. Because the temp shift plate is heating it up. Feels bad, man. Oh. 200. Let's get another bottle. That means I'm not going to have a problem then, right? Yeah. Okay, so that means I do have to do this setup. Wait, was this obsidian? Okay, it's granite. Alright, need to make sure I don't mess that up. Item pops out, I'm not too worried because it's going to reset down. No, it's 800. Oof. I can't sweep it in, can I? Yeah, I can't. Oh, okay. Maybe we allow this to be open then. So we could sweep items inside. I guess we do have that problem still. We'll do that later. I'll just get ready for this. Relocate that to the bottom. So I want to have this be a vacuum. So there's no heat transfer. But now that we changed that, we got to do this as well. I know there's a contact point here, but I think I'm fine. I don't want to have any heat transfer here. This is not hot. Good stuff, good stuff. Saw an interview, said something about 2.1 last and it would start on working something new. They already have some ideas. What if they make a new oxygen not included? Aw, entombed. What in the phosphorus? The ice is working, boys. All the heat up here from the phosphorus gas. Wait, this is not erupting, is it? Why does it feel like this is heating up? Oh my god. My freaking dirt just cooked. Oh god. Alright. Can we get the temperature plate? What happened over here, man? Dude, the volcano better not be active. People are gonna get cooked. Scalding. Cyberdie might die. I'm not even kidding. He might be dead. Alright, we gotta move you, buddy. And then you go into the hospital. No one gets stuck over here, right? We cool? Temperature going down. Let's do a magma dot. Magma drop, magma drop. Dude. I think what it was that since I only put 10 kilograms of the solid tile, it was erupting still because it wasn't actually over the mass limit of 150. I think that was what was happening. The solid tile was not pressurizing it because of that. Didn't have enough mass on it. That makes sense, actually. I didn't consider that, though. Kind of. Oh! What happened? I needed this running, I guess. The lead soak was too strong. Oh my god. This is really bad. So lead is heavier than magma? That's fine. Oh my god. Bert, you got this, buddy. No, he doesn't. Oh my god. Someone build this so that we don't melt the iron switch. Alright, the water's there, so this could turn on. I need to turn on the bottom effectively. That's all I need to do at this point. We need to add enough water. Alright, we gotta let the magma spill, and then we gotta re-pitcher pump it. That's basically all it is. The magma's gonna be on top of cold abyssal line, but it shouldn't do anything. Temp shift plate out of coal. It's waiting to cook to 276. It should cook on the first eruption, which I don't know how long that's going to take. We should get a building melted notification. Oh, that's so bad. Alright, so we can't dump anymore. And then... yeah, we just needed to spill. So... could we build this? Unreachable build. Okay. Everything solidified. Wow. So the cold abyssalite chilled everything. There was no problems. Alright, so what we need to do now is build insulated, and then push out the magma. I don't want this to solidify inside. We also need the mass to be a little bit more respectable. Wow. Because I didn't turn it on at the right time interval and feels bad. This is still rising pressure. The rising of the shield hero. How many seasons has it been, man? Still going, huh? God damn it, dude. Can't stop, won't stop. I guess people like volcanoes, man. There's a... yeah, dude. New season, dude. I haven't seen the season where they go to the alternative timeline. I haven't seen that season yet. Oh, that's unreachable. Does that mean I need an obsidian ladder here? Stand to be able to reach? Man, after that, like, flop season where there was nothing, like, worth watching, I haven't watched anime in so long. You know what was funny, though? I was watching those, manga recaps on YouTube. $30 kgs. I wouldn't mind a little bit more. Keep it a little bit more consistent. I was watching those manga recaps, man, on YouTube. And some of them, man, are ridiculous. I was watching one, the dude was just like isekai, right? And he's just by himself and he's already an adult. And he's like, oh, okay, I guess I gotta look for food and stuff. And he's gonna, like, you know, survival by himself in the forest. And then he's like, oh, look, a rabbit. And then he, you know, the rabbit tries to headbutt the main character. And he was like, man, what's this rabbit doing? He's actually trying to attack me. And he's like, whatever. So he grabs the rabbit. And then he turns around and he sees a wolf. And he's like, oh shit, it's a wolf. I'm gonna get eaten. So he throws the rabbit and runs the other way. And he was like, that way the wolf would chase the rabbit and not the human. So they did that. And then he was like, okay, cool. Oof, it's all good, right? He didn't have to fight no wolves today. So later on, man, he's sees another rabbit. But this time it's like a little bit deeper into the story where he's already like he met somebody that's in that world, from that world. And you know, he actually has like a base now where he operates. So he's like, oh, look, a rabbit. And he does the same thing. He just catches it. The rabbit initially headbutts him. And then the person, it's a lady that he's staying with, right? Was like, dude, do you know what that is? He's like, yeah, it's a rabbit. He's like, dude, do you not know how dangerous rabbits are? And he was like, wait, what? What are you talking about? He's like, dude, that rabbit, man, if you didn't know, and he was trying to break it down, like, dude, if you didn't know, that rabbit is a world disaster. It is so strong, so fast, that if that single rabbit breaks out and gets into a city, the city would be in ruins. It was like they would have to summon the heroes from the four corners of the earth, call all the archmages. I was like, wait, what? And he was confused, like, no, man, it's a rabbit. We have pets that are rabbits, man. What are you even talking about? Dude, that was so funny. The other person was just like, dude, man, this is the world disaster calamity. Turns out the rabbit is like the Flash, and it turns out the main character didn't know that God gave him the strongest ability. So it's one of those isekai animes where he's overpowered. Classic, right? Classic. What manga is it? Dude, I hate mangas now. It's at a point where the names are just absolutely ridiculous that I don't even know the name of it. I reincarnated in another world on the monster island, but I am overpowered. Something like that. I don't want to take damage, so I'm gonna max out my defensive stats. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't actually know the name because it's one of those long names that I honestly wouldn't be able to tell you. It's because of the industry and attention capturing, because of how kanji works. Yeah, that's what I read. I was looking at it and a lot of people were saying that they started gravitating towards those type of names because they weren't capturing the readers with the titles with, like, you know, super magical girl, you know, stuff like that. And instead they're like, why not just put the entire synopsis as the title so that people will be, oh, okay, that sounds pretty cool, and then start reading it. So that's why the industry shifted that way, and I was like, wow. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Really do be like that though sometimes. Gatado, welcome in though. I see you over there. All right. We will get 59, 58 kilograms per tile. That's not bad. All right, so we should be good. Heat transfer time. Start to pull the heat down. Heats up. Temp shift plate heats up. Water is slowly heating up. We got steam. That's good. Tiles are at 200. We don't want this to get too hot, but the temp shift plates are pulling the heat pretty effectively. Not only that, the steam is going to move around too, right? So once that starts boiling, we're going to be in great shape. All right, ST is about to turn on. We got steam. So this is above 200, above 190. Ooh, it's starting to work. Yes. Okay. Finally done. So we erupted, overpressure. This is fully sealed now. Let's go. All right. A lot of the phosphorus solidified and remelted. So we're fine with that. And then we just got to cool down the area slowly by using the ice in the box. All right, so we're going to have a cold sink next to the heat sink. Should be good. All right, so I do want to use this as a drop-off spot for all the hot material that's here. This steel is at 1,000 degrees, dude. I don't want to bring this outside. I don't want to bring that outside. That's going to be so bad. Let's do a reset on that. Are we still making steel? Are we getting enough water? Okay, we do. Okay. As long as we have enough water for the overgrow, we should be fine. Damn. Why you mad? That guy was yelling, dude, for no reason. It's downtime. We'll let them do their thing. Temperature's going down. All right, maybe this should be at 190. And then this should be at 175. Keep cutting off his tail. No, man. Dude, man. They call that... What do you call that? If you don't shave the hair around your pet animal, they're gonna start pooping on their own fur, dude. This is for cleanliness. I'm being serious, man. We gotta make sure they, you know, not having poop on their butt. They don't think be like it is, but it do. It makes sense, man. Yeah, man. All right. Copy, paste. We're actually gonna turn this off. And then we're gonna dig this, because this is dormant now. So we're gonna analyze this. The only problem is that some of the magma here is not gonna solidify, and we're spilling into a lower section. There we go. All right, so we could move the stuff here to here now. Remove the ladder. Relocate the steel. Maybe the steel cools down because of the abyssalite. Oh, I need to sweep the inside. That's fair. All right. No power. We never connected it. All right, we have power down. Should be no problem. Heat transfer looking solid. All right, so we're able to power this now on top of everything else. So we could use this for, like, free power. So I think this should be okay. Gonna run another one of these. And then we're just gonna do this into the battery for the suits so that we don't have to run the wheel there. This was just holding power for the aqua tuners, but we don't need that anymore. We don't actually need this anymore too, so we get rid of this. Now we have power. Let's go. I was gonna say, dude, we talked about that at the beginning of stream, Netherdown. I was like, is that still a thing? I don't know if people still do the Slurpees today, because I don't know if that's still a holiday at 7-Eleven. I didn't know if that was still a thing, man. Did you get a Slurpee, dude? 170. We should be fine. Let's get the analyze. I got a regular brain freeze every year. Nice. What's the go-to flavor, man? And why is it blue raspberry? Another damn, could you tell me what's in blue raspberry? Is it just raspberry? You know what I'm saying, man? Blue raspberry is a great flavor. I just know that I don't know what's in it. What makes it blue, dude? How did you know everyone's favorite flavor? It's either blue raspberry, but if they have the Coca-Cola flavor, you know that everyone gets that one. Everyone's favorite, man. More truer than time itself. We all know what it is. Blue raspberry will ruin you if you know what it is. Oh shit. This is that bad, Deedle? Damn, that bad, huh, Deedle? I'm a little worried now. Why did it say I have 0 steel? Alright, boys. I'm gonna do the most sacrilegious thing I can. We are going to break the build. I really shouldn't, though. Alright, we're gonna do a meme strat that works every time. I just gotta wait for the dupes to go to sleep. Let's just say it isn't from a plant. Oh, shit. Now I'm worried, boys. Now I'm worried. It is not plant-based. We should just put a door here. It should be fine. So here's the thing. I've cut sugar. So I haven't had sugar in like a month. And it's not that bad because I don't really care for sweets in general. And I haven't had an icy Slurpee in like 2 years, 3 years. It's been a long time, man, since I had one of those. Now, I don't know about the other people in chat. Maybe, you know, Nezzle Dam's never gonna get a Slurpee again because of that. You know, I don't want to ruin this day. For the sake of it, so I'm just gonna be like, nah, man. I gotta save the people. Gotta save the people. Yeah, man, you need that consent, man. Alright, this should be good. Mop it up. Cold water. Making the steels. Using the waters. Oh, we're no longer running this. That's probably fine. I don't want to burn the peat. Alright, we're going to get this online soon. There's a couple minor things we have to adjust. But once we do those minor things, I think we're going to be set. I probably want to do this, and I think we break into the bottom. We probably also pump this. Actually, we don't need to do that. Alright, so we're just gonna pump up the water in the res, so we hit it in bottled form. This is done. We were gonna want to seal this off so that this is not in the same area as the bottom. We still have a way in. We still have a proper wall. We may want to expand the steam turbine amount. That'd be the only thing, right? Wanting to expand this. Still a couple things I need to do, like empty out the magma from the top, move a lot of the debris. That's going to be fun times. We probably also want to set this up. And then that probably means we get rid of these. Data banks! I'm in! Let's go, let's go. Alright, we're just going to be moving out as much as the magma as we can. I will need this. Oh, it's probably here, to be honest. That way we could dig this out and then pitcher pump all the magma at the bottom. Using the free power. Good stuff, good stuff. So we're not going to need that. We'll have to fix that. This is in... We could do this now. Hopefully nobody gets stuck. You can't go out this way. Analyze is done. Is there anything else we need to do at the bottom? All right, drop of magma. We know we should try to dig this. I need to watch the dudes before they do something bad. Yeah, you look at that, dropping the magma on the ground. What the heck? Take the Oxyfern. Build supply ranch. Max is actually kind of nice. Yeah, we take Max, dude. He's kind of cool. We're going to give everyone extra hour on downtime. They deserve it. And it's not because the union's calling me. Alright, it's time to get a power plant. So we could still go inside here and try to automate it so that we don't use up all the heat that's being stored right there. So effectively, we're just condensing all the magma immediately so that it gets into igneous form. Right? And then this igneous is going to be at like 1,000 degrees. Every time it hits 25 tiles, it's going to make a new stack, so I don't have to worry about like the temperature differences too much. And then if I wanted, I could sweep right here. We are not sweeping because I don't need to yet. And I'm thinking I might not need to at all. So we're just going to run it like this, no sweeping. Because it's not like I'd be able to pick out which tile of igneous I'd be able to sweep, right? Though I don't really have control over that, so I think this is going to be fine. This is at 140. Adding heat, removing heat. Pretty good. No more pitcher pump. Didn't lock myself out. So now this is diggable. And we could open up the bottom. So I want to use this space, which is why I'm trying to break into it right now. No consumer. Like that. This wheel is gone. That wheel is gone. Alright, this is Max. We're gonna lock the door. Max, could you build me a steel metal tile right there? And you know what that's gonna do? That's gonna reset the temperature of the steel. Wait, what are we doing? Over here, over here. Okay. There we go. Back down to 45. No issues. Everyone's allowed in and out again. So we resetted the temperature of the steel, so we don't have to worry about it too much. I will want to grab these items and dump it in. We still got to do that with a lot of the hot obsidian. Alright, move the steel out before it gets cooked again. And technically, I kind of want to relocate this. There's just too much heat on the tiles. I don't want to dig that. I guess we'll wait till the magma drops. That's heating up because it's sitting on the tile. It's fair. And I'm still having this open because this is going to get dug out and we're going to want to push that in. Maybe relocate this one as well. It's not bad. Active 11 cycles. All right, pretty good. Sweep the area. All right, let's break in. Famous last words? No, we're fair. This is all fair. There should be nothing I'm worried about over here. I ain't worried about nothing. Oxygen is included, boys. Let's go. This area is free now. Dude, it's starting to cool down the map. I remember when the map used to be orange. Now it's getting a little bit of green inside, boys. Looking kind of nice. Oh, oh. This was never set up. Oh, what a trap. Pinch row egg. Oh my god. I was coughing. I'm good, I'm good. I'm gonna get some water real fast though. Alright, we should be fine, right? Should be good, should be good. Guys, I'm gonna get some water real fast. I'll be right back. Quick break, stretch break. Stand up, stretch, get some blood flowing. Especially on the Fridays, man. Especially if you're doing something tonight. So, guys, I'm gonna get some water. Good stretch break, BRB. We're back, boys. Anyone die? No one died. So we're all good. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, this is opened up. Not a real big deal. We're just going to be pumping up the waters. Let's get rid of the bottle emptiers here. This was just a heat sink. I'll probably do a weird setup for this for later. I don't think we want a battery bank. But I guess we could do a meme setup. Just because of the memes. Okay, so... do a 2-tile right there. I want to pump up the water, but it's like I don't want to wait. Still pumping though. Oh. That's fine. All right. Start digging, get into work. Okay, start digging. There's no diagonal transfer here, so I'm not really worried. We're still going inside. Maybe not pull out the hot igneous, hot abyssalite's fine. From here, we kind of want to trim. Get rid of the pipes. We'll put a pitcher pump here, just because we know that we're gonna get rid of the water at some point. Yeah, hydrate. Okay, so I feel like there's no real problem doing this. So I think we're gonna do a weird setup here. Ah, man, there is kind of a problem, I guess. Here. I think we want 2 floors then. No, we can't. We want to stop here in case we want to expand this, right? Then how does this work? We get this amount of space, which is how tall is this? 7 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have a tile up top. No, it's 7 space, so it's 7 inside. Okay. Steam turbine, and then we have a wide room. I guess that does work. We just kind of have to like rebuild everything here. Which I don't think is a big deal. We should be able to do it. It's just that I got to relocate the batteries really fast. Which I think should be here then. And we'll start replacing a lot of the wires. Then the bottom line. Oh, this is only 1,000 watts that I'm pushing out. I didn't even realize that. That's fine. It works. Oh, I don't have ladders here that we would need to climb up anyways. Alright, continue the trim. We're going to clear this out. We're going to do a small little power box here. The idea is not going to be to make a dirty brick, but it's going to be what it looks like. It's going to look like that's what we're building, a dirty brick, but we're not doing that on purpose. Alright, we could pause this, trim that, trim this, connect all that. This is good. This gets connected. And then this gets connected at the bottom. Cool. So now this is gone. This is gone. This is gone. Get all that coming out. We get a free line here to power the bottom if we care for it. I don't think we do. That should be better. And then we get rid of these wires too. Autosave lag before something bad happens. Okay, transformers. Alright, so we know that we're going to be using igneous for this. No, it's never going to be too hot, right? So we're just going to do that instead. And then we're going to have to run this height level. We'll have to remove the batteries at some point. We know that's going to be a 3. Let's try and get a sweep down there. We go. All right, so how's the other side of stuff? It's slowly cooling. We just don't have water. And that's going to be this line if I could get to it. We're going to have to basically unjumble the power wires right now, which shouldn't be too bad. This is gone. We'll remove a lot of the tiles here. We could still go inside the fixed thing, so it's not a big deal. Like, the AQ's got to run, right? And we need the battery for that to work. Otherwise, we're only going to get 1,000 watts. Maybe we could move the batteries up to here. We really only just need 1 battery as well. That's getting decon, nice. Coal? Any ice? No ice. Yeah, we just need water. We have a decent amount of peat. We'll just replug this in. Use the peat, because I know this is going to be not giving us enough power. This is not enough liquid. We'll just unplug it, so we get a dedicated line to the outside. All the water got dumped here as well. So we have no water anywhere else, huh? Yeah, we really just have to desalinate the stuff. Start opening this. This should be okay. We're gonna lock the doors and then use obsidian. We should have obsidian outside, right? We have it from the other areas that we dug into. We should be okay. So we lock the doors so we don't take any of the hot obsidian from the inside. Get the battery built so we can remove these batteries. Let's get that built right there. This being granted, I think it's okay, because it's not going to have any heat contact. This room, though, I probably want obsidian just in case. Realistically, though, it should never be a problem. Batteries in. Hey, ultimate pots! coming in for the 14 months. Dude, what's going on, Ultimate Bot? Hope you're doing well. Pretty sure you've tuned in, man, but what's good? Happy Fridays, dude. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the 14 months of support, my friends. I see you over there. Hope you're having a good one. Hope the Friday's good. Hope everything's great, man. But how are you, dude? What is good? What is good? We're likely gonna need this to deal with the wire later. And of course, welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the emote that's after reviewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support, man. I see you over there. Oh, that's filling up. All right, we're gonna start dumping this then. All right, we're no longer pumping that, and we're gonna dump CO2 back inside. I didn't have auto bottle on this. Wow. Alright, so we know this is effectively going to extend as much as it can. We don't know if this is going to be a proper ladder, because I'm probably going to relocate a lot of it. So I'll just pull this out as I should. Alright, so we know this is going to be a steam turbine area. Funny enough. Oh, I don't have any resources. Alright, let's build that there. No, actually, no, we're fine. Let's make plastic. Feels bad, man. Gonna have to add some heat to the system. These tiles are gone. We're gonna want an ST right there. So 5, 6. Could we put 2 just cuz? Yeah, we could. Wouldn't be too mad about that either. And then we just got to do a cooling system for this, which honestly shouldn't be too bad. This is also granite, so we run that there. And then we're gonna want smart battery. Wait, do I really care for that? No, right? What's going on, Envy Hank? Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. I realistically don't care for that. Why so few or so many? This is a temporary band-aid fix for some of the power that we're getting from this. If I don't extract the heat, I actually ran into the problem. What happened was that this was hot enough that I was re-melting the igneous that I was solidifying through the condenser. And then it flooded out. Oh man, I thought we was gonna have a bad time, dude. So the igneous re-melted and pushed up, and then it was flooding out. But luckily the abyssite here is cold, so it re-solidified pretty fast. So I didn't really have a big problem. I didn't even need a pitcher pump it. Everything just re-solidified, and I just, you know, sweeped it back in. Otherwise, though, the magma tamer is good. We're just gonna empty this out slowly so we don't get a chunk inside. And then it's going to tame both the volcanoes. It's going to be a decent design. We also know that this is going to happen because we need this to be a wall for this if we decide to open it up. Okay, so I made a realization that I'm just going to run an STSQ. Steam turbine, aqua tuner combo here. We could likely run this as well. Actually, is that what the play is? That would be a lot better, now that I think about it. We run this metal wire, connects to here, and it's not a big deal. Dude, yeah, so we connect both. Oh my god. Yeah, that works well. I like that. The bottom, yes, we will extend it west, so I can't use some of the space between here, because we know that we're eventually going to add some more. That's only if we need the power, though. I'm going to put a smart battery to connect to the automation on these two. So it depends on how often they're running. I'll decide if we're going to add more or not. But I'm leaving the potential for that to happen, right? You got to allow that to happen, so to speak. So in our case, we'll see. I think what I need to do now, though, is do something else. This gets removed. We know that that's going to be the shape, right? So 7. Almost get a 3rd layer. I was thinking if we could get 3 layers of transformers here. Doesn't look like we can. That would have been ideal. Getting 3 layers of transformers. If not, I guess we'll just live like this. And not be too worried. Or you know what? We do this, we do that. That actually makes sense from a standpoint of cooling. Would be a lot easier that way. And then I would just remove this layer entirely. So after we build this, we'll be fine. And then we'll start getting our transformers on this layer. Yeah. Igneous rock. Hopefully it's not a problem. You guys better not be pulling from the inside. The transformers will be here. We're just going to have 1 smart battery. I'll make this out of gold because we have a lot. And then I need to automate that. So it's going to be these 2. We will run gold here. Shouldn't really matter where the wire is, because we might extend it out, right? So we'll do that, do this, do that. Yeah, because of my design, all the heat is getting rationed out, right? Because my volcano design solidifies all the magma. So we used to have a pool of magma here, and there's another pool right here that we're emptying. All the magma that was there initially, because they look kind of like this, right? I re-dumped into the condenser, and if we look on this tile, we just have tons and tons of like 1,300 plus material, 25, 25, 25, 25, right? And all that is going to be here. So when the door closes, we have heat transfer. And when the door is opened, we don't have heat transfer. So that means we get to pull as much heat as we want. And it doesn't matter how active the volcanoes are, right? As long as we're adding heat. Kind of like we're adding heat. So yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. We also know we want to do this eventually, because we need to make this spill to the right, so it spills here. So that means spill tile, spill down. So that's going to be this tile. Spills down here. I don't want it touching the right wall. Spills earlier, the better. But I don't want it spilling into here. I want it on the neutrino. Okay, that should be fair. Alright, so here we're going to remove that. Nothing in the background. Just want to double check. 95, 55 is pretty solid. And then because we have the gold, you know what? We do have a couple things that doesn't really need a lot of power. So we are gonna do this for the top. Right? And that's gonna be there. We're gonna need one for the bottom. So that likely means this is a joint plate. And then we kind of want to have the large transformer made out of gold, so that it goes into the AQ setup down there. We're gonna run this across, and then we're just gonna pull down into it. So these are temporarily just placed there so we keep everything running. All right, this is dormant. I kind of want to analyze that at some point. So we need to continuously just pull out the magma. Let's sweep this when we can. All right, so now pause here. We get that. And then I do want this. Even though we are not automating it. We should be able to automate it now, though. That should be fine. Okay, so do we have power here? We do. So it would be pause like that. And then we cut this. Everything works. Nice. All right, so we get rid of this. Time to clean up shop. One battery, though, it scares me. Or are there jumbos? No, just one battery. So if you think about it this way, the power is going to be automated by the turbines, and there's always going to be fuel access. They will always have fuel. Right? So since that's always going to be the case, it'll just kick on. If anything, you might want to increase the load threshold. But another thing is that I believe the order of operation is they add power to the transformers before the smart battery. So if you have anything that consumes it, it's going to drag first. So the only thing is, like, if you have too many things wanting power, that's going to be where the problem is. Got hit by the ad, feels bad. So small wires, we have this right there. 420 watts. Realistically, not that bad. I probably don't need this to be this wire type, but since we have the gold, I might as well just keep it, right? That's probably going to be at the bottom. So what we're going to do is we're going to run this aqua tuner line to cool down this area. Is going to be what we want to do. So we're going to run a setup like this. Radiant segments. We'll extend it as we need it. And then we'll use regular in between because it shouldn't matter. I'll run granite just so that's more controlled. And then all we got to do is connect it to here. So let's pull it out a little bit more. And then we have to follow this. Get that connected. Wait. granite. And we do run it insulated. And then we will use, what is this? Salt water. And then we do want it to connect. Food decay. That's fine. Jammed. How come this is completely empty? That's so suspicious. All right, so we have to temporarily cut the line here so the AQs aren't running. Salt water priority 9 so that we could fill it up properly. That's in. This is gone. Technically, both of the transformers aren't needed anymore. Technically, this transformer does nothing. For the sake of keeping everything powered, we'll put that one in. Okay, so it's here. Everything's getting power, so that means this is no longer needed. Jumbo battery's not needed. Should be good. Autosave is gonna happen. We'll wait. Oh yeah. Haha. How much plastic did we make? Not a lot. Okay. Pipe blocked? That gas pressure thing? Oh, it was. The oxygen pressure is too high. That's funny. I never looked at that as a problem. Apparently it is. Alright, I need one more bottle. Alright, we're gonna add that, make them go back down that way. We're gonna relocate where this should be. It should be here, now that I think about it. I want to say that should be the ladder spot. Hey, Zero Dragon! Thanks so much for using your Prime and using it on me. Enjoy the emote 20 that's ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. But yo, man, appreciate you. Thank you for the support, man. I see you over there. What's going on, Zero Dragon? Happy Friday, my dude. Happy Friday, happy Friday. I see you, man. What's good? Hope you're having a good one today. Hope you're having a good one so far. Nothing much. Just check it in. Yo, man. You watching GDQ, right? Is there any good runs that you've seen, man? I need some run recommendations from the current GDQ. The first couple days, man, was like kind of slow. There was like nothing happening. Like, I was kind of like, man, this nothing much going on. So I'm asking, man, you got any of those recommendations? The Zelda stuff is good. Ooh. Okay, okay. Check out the Zelda stuff. Cool. I'll check that out. I'll check that out. But yeah, man, I was looking at the GDQ. I think I was looking at it on like Wednesday. It was during the Resident Evil run. And I was like, man, this is nothing to watch. Because it's like, I was going through the previous day's runs. I was like, man, nothing of this looks like, for lack of better words, none of it looks appetizing. It's probably the best way I would describe it. None of it looked appetizing. One thing I've learned from you is that it's okay to rebuild stuff as you get more buildings you could use, or if positioning isn't what you want. Yeah, the positioning is more so because I'm like OCD about the positioning. But 100%, man, rebuilding is a good thing. A lot of times it's only going to improve the build, you know? But yeah, that the problem a lot of times it isn't rebuilding in and of itself. It's actually not feeling bad about it. A lot of people look at rebuilding as, oh man, I messed up. Kind of an idea, you know? Not so much as like, oh man, new chance to do better. And that's a lot of what I feel like is the issue. The water is fine. But yeah, man, rebuilding stuff is hard. Because a lot of times you'll look at it and be like, do I really need to rebuild this? It kind of gets the job done, even though it's kind of ugly. And it just becomes this weird dilemma. Autosave lag. Alright, so let's do the cleanup here. Cut that. I'm gonna get rid of all that. Canister filler. Let's do the empty. Deconstruct. Transform and deconstruct. This is built now. So we connect this. That's connected. Get the bridge. Made out of granite, so nothing gets bought. Now, I didn't actually measure this. 15 is right here. That's actually not bad. 20 and then the wall. Okay. Technically, it works, I guess. Background building to get rid of the ladder here. Buildings, I'm sorry. So this is deconstruct only on the ladder, nothing else. All right, let's get rid of this. This is gone, this is gone, this is gone. Alright, so this is our new ladder setup. We're likely going to want to extend this out as further as we can, as far as we can. So let's try to get that in, get that in. We could jump in from the bottom. This is no longer used. We're not going to remove the pipe. And then we're going to want igneous here. So this is going to be an open area. I'm not really too worried about it. And then it's going to be time for us to start pulling wire. So we cleaned up a lot of the power here. This pulls across. Right, smart battery. We'll do 75. So that if we need the power, they're using it. This is connected. So there's nothing to be worried about. If these need to turn on, they will. This area's already cooled down, so it's pretty good. Since this is getting Aquatune chilled, yeah, I probably need to redo my pipes. So I gotta put it back. God damn it. So it looks like that, and then it's gold, gold, gold. And then it's gold, gold, gold. Yeah. This is actually not a good bridge, but it's good enough for what we want to do. All right. Max capacity. CO2 dump is fine again. All right, gold's in. So we get all the gold right there, 9 tons. Building, so no ladders. Doing a new game. You're gonna be playing more Oni. Awesome. Awesome. More Oni is always a good time. You're gonna be doing the new planet, man. There we go. And then we want to cut it here. Alright, we do have to add a couple segments. Let me relocate the bridge so it's better. I extended the autosaves. Should help with the performance stuff that was bugging me. Yo, man. Did you get the chance to look at Fast Track, or did it not help? Yo, man. Sometimes you might have to repaint for regulations, so that might not be a choice. Not that it is. I'm just saying, man. I'm putting that out there. Sometimes you just kind of have to repaint it. Just because of the regulation, HOA. Alright, so let's cut the line. There's no empty bubbles. That's suspicious. I guess it's fine. That's suspicious, man. There's no empty bubbles. It's the interior. Water damage happened due to roof leaks past years. Ooh, you might want to check out the wood then. Make sure there's no other wood rot, stuff like that. Seal it up. So we had our bathroom had wood rot because there was a leak in the roof. And we retarded the roof in that area so many times. So ends up, what was happening was that it was like a weird level incline like that, and that corner right here was right on top of the bathroom. So it didn't help that the water was pooling here, and we would shower here, right? So this entire area was getting like moisture from both sides. We ended up having to tear down the area, and then we just like boarded it up so that, like, you know, we couldn't really do much with it. Yeah, there was a bathroom, so we just had to shrink the bathroom. It was a half bath, not a half bath. There was a full bath, shower, toilet, sink, and then we had like a closet inside. So we ended up like, so it's kind of like this was the original size. And then we had to push it in. Basically, it was what we had to do. So yeah, it shrank the bathroom by a little bit. Alright, so this is technically somewhat rare. I guess we don't need to do that. Yeah, we lost some square footage, man. You know what they say, though? Size doesn't matter. And you know, those people aren't talking about square footage, though. Okay, get the ladders in case we could need to run across. All right, now for power distribution. Where do we need the power? Can we relocate stuff so it's on this side instead, you know? So we're powering the suit to spawn when we need power, maybe redoing some. Oh, ha. I'm just burning power over here. Mopping this up isn't a bad idea. All right, let's start moving some stuff. So the virtual planetarium, we're making plastic so we get more steam turbines. So we're gonna relocate that. Get rid of the connection here. All right, so we're gonna start moving stuff to here because we can. This area is cold, so it's not that big of a deal. We'll use this area then for some stuff. All right, we'll just keep the roof, let the hydrogen in and out. And then we're going to be running some wires. I guess since we have a lot of gold, we could put the large ones here as well. And then I probably don't want to get to this layer unless I extend out the fish tank. We do need to power this pump. So maybe that could be an oxygen thin line that we run out. So we know at least one thin line is going to be needed. Okay, we're still trying to finish this up by emptying out the magma. It's going to take some time. I'm not too worried though. Not too worried, not too worried. Okay, so we know we're gonna want this because of we're gonna want the magma to spill to the right side once it's ready. What else do we need power for? This could be used for other stuff. Maybe this pump could go to there now. And then we could remove this wire and have this dedicated. That's not going to be needed. We could relocate the rock crusher on the same line that's over here. So, virtual planetarium. Yeah, we really just need to build this and dig this out first. And then we don't mind this being cold. Chill in the area. It's always a good thing. Doing the amber here for the plastic, even though it's slow, it's been decent. Like, we really don't need that much plastic. It's really just steam turbines. Nothing else needs it. We have no plastic ladders, which is kind of a travesty. But it seems to be okay so far. Dude, look at this water, though. Once we get enough water that it starts spilling off, I think that's going to be when we start putting a pitcher pump up top. We do have a lot of water here, though. It's not a big deal. Hey, we never got... Oh, I never fixed this. Dude, I think I was like, I'm going to fix this. And I forgot. What a travesty. Who's my rancher? Geek. He does this by himself? Man, what a mad lad. Alright, Geek gets special privilege. And he's banned up top, right? He mayor? Wait, what? I was looking at research. No, man, get out of here. Not ranching. My dumbass. Ranching. It's D-Mayor. Okay, D-Mayor does everything, man. Get these two should be good. And then hopefully these traps get triggered. Wire got built pretty fast. Autosave lag. Let's get the mop. We could cut this down. Have this connected here. So this is our CO2 pump, since this is the lowest part of our map. That's not this side. That's feeding slicksters. We only have like 2 slicksters left. So, you know, I'm just hoping he eats up all the CO2. So this is going to allow us to clean this side. Vacuum inside. Nice, nice. All right, this area has been dug out and they're built almost all the tiles. Good stuff. You can't climb up and over. You can't drop down, so you can't bypass the suits. We most likely want the rock crusher on the left side. Didn't connect CO2. Oh, thank you. Oh, no, we good, we good. Wait. Oh, this didn't get plugged right there. I see. Good eye, Baltimore. Are you the brother of he who shall not be named? But you're the older, balder version? Wait, dude. He who should not be named is also bald. What the hell? Hey, man, how's that work, man? I got some questions. You're both bald. Was it that since you older, man, you got the name first? I could see that, man. That happens. He's mad I took his name. That's why he's on that edgy energy like that, you know? Wants to take over the world. He's just hungry, man. All right, so this is 240. This is 120, 360. That's not bad. What else can we put over there that consumes power? Suit forge. Okay. So I want to make sure that never overloads. This is 480, 360, 487, 840. So we get a 120 line on this. What can we even get on that? That's 120. There's like nothing. Both of these are going to be done. I guess we could get the material study terminal. We do need this running at some point. But these two are done. Oh, emulsifier. 480. Okay, never mind. We could get a sieve on it, I guess. There's no sieves here that we need, though. All right, it's just going to be open powered watts that we could add on later. Right? Like, don't have to max it out. Alright, looks like they want me to put an airflow tile here so that the CO2 just drops down. I do want a proper metal refinery area. Oh no, bro. Is this a problem? Dude, we have no power here anymore. All right, so this has to be pulled from the other side now. Don't think it'd be like it is, man, but it do. All right, we're gonna have to do a lot of power shuffling around. That's fine. Alright, so on the bottom, we're just gonna max these out. For the sake of the tiles are ugly, we're just gonna put airflow here. Pneumatic door. And then try to make it so that after it's built, the dupes aren't allowed inside. Because it's going to be a nice temperature that the dupes want to hang out here. But this is like the negative of all negative decor. It's ugly, dude. What are you guys doing? Alright, we got some wires we got to extend out. 660. Once that gets built, we can remove these, start cleaning up some wires. This is still active because of the bottom heat. This used to be at 800. Nice. It's dropped. It's not bad. It's slow, but you know, it's better than nothing. I guess the initial research we could relocate and put a new wire on it. What other consumers will we want? Metal refinery? Redo that? I guess that's not a bad thing. Let them build this out first, though. Alright, so since that's there, we can go here, copy, paste, get rid of this. This power lines box. One transformer down. Virtual planetarium's okay, there's no settings. Copy. Come on. You could do it, Layra. It's a suit machine. She's trying, man. She really is. I don't actually know if she's building anymore, man. Like, what are we doing? Everyone's waiting for her, dude. Dude, does this really take that long to build? Is she negative construction skill? Like, I'm on 2x speed, dude. Dude, I gotta see this. 2. So it's supposed to be faster. What are we doing? There's no progress on this. Oh, I'm in. Nice, nice. Dartle got stuck. That's tough, man. It'd be like that sometimes. Right, all the water here got taken. We could do this. Bathroom line is going to need its own line. That's going to be a little bit of tough to pull out. So I will put in a large one that we'll probably need. And then we'll put another small one. That's still a little bit tough. Nothing wrong with large lines, though. I have a lot of gold. So it should be fine to just run large ones. Alright, so that means I'm going to redo some of the power lines here into conductive wire. Okay, we're going to get rid of all of this because it's not going to be connected to anything. This wheel run for the ice, I think that's fine. Wheel battery, no longer needed. We're not researching right now, right? No, it's just virtual planetarium, nothing else. Alright, that means we could just cut this for now because we don't need to do the science. It's really the emulsifier and polypress. We could actually put both of those on the same line as this line. If we're like okay to put it here or something. Because then we'll just drag the line along the way, right? And it wouldn't be too bad. So we could tell that this is going to have to go down. This goes here and goes above, and this goes out that way. The emulsifier, I'm pretty sure we're not going to be too worried about. Alright, so we'll do it here then. We will run this. We'll move the emulsifier to here. 1, 2. Alright, we're gonna give it space for it. Wait. Bottler is a 3. Okay. That's a 3. Alright, we'll do that. 1, 2 for the res. Have that extend out a little bit shale, so it should be fine. Dig these two, get that to dig down. We're not really worried about plants. We have way too much food. CO2 is a lot better now. Don't have to worry about this. This is going to be automatic. Free space here for random stuff. I don't even know what I would put there. This was supposed to be expansion space for the spawn if I needed to. We'll decide what we put there in a little bit. So we moved both of those. The polypress I shouldn't have in the open anymore. I think the polypress is going to be something we utilize. How do I even say this? We should probably put that inside the room. Oh man, it's a lot of pain. Because the freaking plastic melts. Like, it really wants its own room. It really does. Alright, so we're probably going to be able to put the fishing stuff, so that makes sense to run a wire here. Up and over. And then on top of that, that's going to be the emulsifier line. This is a little long. There might be some gas issues here. So that's going to be this line. We might want it here instead. So we have the other lines coming up and going up. Pretty good so far. Minus 20, minus 20. I don't mind that we're making a lot of plastic though. That's perfectly fine. Brad bolt's no longer on, so there's no power draw here, right? Yeah, it's slowly going down, probably because of the salinator. But since we have 5 tons again, we could cut this for now. Keep battery power healthy. Let's get rid of the ladder. I'll probably want to redo the gas line, but that's not that important right now. We cut this so that it feeds from the top. Okay. And then it's gonna be bottle drainers that we need here, I think. We're gonna run 2 so that we can move the liquids in. Whatever it is that we're gonna be making. We are no longer doing biodiesel. Drops the... Oh, bleach stone. That's fine. Let's deconstruct. Let's just get all the liquids out. Let it empty, let it empty. Still vacuum, still draining the magma, slowly but surely. Alright, let's get rid of this. Let's dig that. We're not going to get rid of it, we're just going to lower it. Nice, climbed off before it became a problem. Okay. Let's take these items and dump. We need to try to solidify that. I also need to dig this out. Not do those. I think that glitches this, right? So we'll just do this. I want to be able to crawl in. I guess it's these two that we dig out so we can still reach everything. And then we need to dig this stuff down after the magma drains down. Obsidian's not gonna melt. Okay, so the other small wire, it's not really gonna work out, right? 780. I could have these two on a conductive, because I could go inside and rebuild it. But not this one. No, that's a lie. I guess it's dormant. We could go inside with a suit, open up the wall, and then we're gonna have to re-pump everything out again. But it allows us to get a conductive wire. Right? So it's like, I guess that's not bad. We're gonna have to make sure we do everything and get the suit in. We'll allow the dupes inside here. They might get a little chilly though. And then it would be a wire like that. A little bit cleaner looking. I wouldn't mind it. Let me get this. That way we could reach a lot of the wires. Because they're gonna be in slow motion inside. Just a poly press. Dude, a lot of that got built. Okay, so suit. Let's move that to here. We're gonna have someone go inside. We'll make Layra do it, even though she's bad at this. Maybe not. I don't want to give it to D Mayor, man. He does all the work here. This is going to be Cyberdyne. Come on, Cyberdyne, you got this, buddy. And then Cyberdyne goes through. Let's get the high priority stuff. And then we're gonna have to fix that point later. Okay, so pause. There we go. The upside about having idle dupes is that he's gonna do this job and nothing else. There's no like weird, he's gonna get stuck. Alright, so now we gotta do that. Alright, people in here do the same thing. Nice. Alright, so no longer has access. Unequip the suit. Not bad. Alright, so it's gonna be, next one is gonna be in here. This one's gonna kind of suck because we're gonna have to go through and, you know, re-pump everything out. It's dormant. It's not gonna be, oh, 4 psychoactivity. Okay. That's here. Let's relocate to here. Sweep the stuff. And we'll get someone to do it right now. No water. And we're at 1600. Okay. Oh, we processed all the amber. I guess that's not bad. Alright, they're gonna go on downtime. So we're not gonna make them do the natty gas stuff yet. Okay, that's gonna be the power line. Let's have it like that because it's not gonna be active for a while. Could we do an outside lock instead? No, yeah, we really just have to break into it. Yeah, realistically. Which I might lose a little natty gas because it's 4 cycles. I don't think I'll be able to pump everything back out. Okay, so this is good. Let's get rid of that. They're going to be on downtime soon. Still cold. 88. Some hot stuff still here. 5 kgs. Oh man, this might be really bad, but let's see. This is not gonna steam, right? Now that we have direct contact with the phosphorus, it shouldn't be a problem. So it should just solidify. The water should be able to handle it. It's meal time. Let him eat. Oh, this is water. Oh shit! I could have just done that. Totally forgot. And then we could use the water for the ice. Oh my god. I totally forgot these are reservoirs filled with regular water. We're gonna do both. Printables wart seed. Oh, you can't make the jump. That's fine. Could we do that? I mean, if that's the case, I might as well do it there. And then potentially do a decon on these two. Right? And then we just jump across like that. That's not bad. That way we could dig out all the obsidian. And then we could have the magma maybe start spilling out. That's a little bit sketchy though, right? Alright. We need to make sure we do that though. That's important. Dupe, speed. Whoa, new... Okay, new day. Dude, Cyberdyne, you did well for us. So we're gonna have you do this again. Cyberdyne gets access. Whoa, where you going, dude? Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, man, you're not allowed to leave. We need to do the jobs. Gold, 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 gold. Gold. Okay, gold. 25. You have more than that? 5 tons is way too much. Another 25. Alright, the 225s are fine then. Let's move one there. And then we take this one and move it there as well. Okay, someone's gonna move this so he'll be able to do the thing. Whoa! Who is this? Bubbles? You about to die, dude. Goddamn. Okay. Unreachable. Okay, we'll do one at a time. Oh, we are not supposed to plug that in yet. Okay. Who's doing this? Who's doing this? No pending. Come on, guys. Help me out with some gold. Sounds like I'm begging for gold in like World of Warcraft. Alright. Golden. Take the shell, rebuild it. Gotta micro the dupes, man. Gotta micro the dupes. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Nice. Alright, you're free now, my dude. Good stuff, good stuff. 300 kilograms. Do we pump that in 3 cycles? Because it's gonna be overpressured and we won't be able to get any more natty gas. That's the only thing that might suck. Outside of that, though, it's on a power line now. It's clean. This one goes up. This one goes to there. This transformer goes to there, which doesn't really do anything. And then it's the peat burner, metal refinery. Cool. All right. We're likely gonna need the metal refinery again, so we need to make a area that I'm gonna be willing. I can't make a no output closed loop metal refinery, right? I don't have enough oil. I need like 4 tons. There is biodiesel. Biodiesel? $180. Man, they got no liquids I could use for this. We have no liquid to do a closed loop setup. That kind of means I need to get to a cold water geyser if I want to keep using this. That means I kind of keep this setup here, which kind of sucks because I can't afford the power on that. Maybe dedicate the peat burners to this, and that's going to be how we roll. That kind of sucks, though. I wouldn't want to do that if I could afford to. Yeah, like giving it a spot's not gonna do anything. Like it's better here because of how it feeds back into the spawn. Getting a second line so it's a little bit better wouldn't be a bad idea though. All right, this is good. We're back. We're alive. So we want it here. Get this done a little bit sooner. I don't think we're gonna have any issues. And then we could dig these two. We gotta watch the dupes do this. I feel like they're gonna do something bad and get stuck. It's a group effort to get stuck sometimes, man. If it spills, not that big. And it's downtime. Classic. And it's downtime. God damn it. Moving the reservoirs out to here is not a big deal. We probably should save a little bit of minerals. Using the natty gas for this isn't a big deal either. The reality is that I just don't want to have to deal with one-time use liquid. That's kind of, you know, it's better if you could just turn it on forever and not think about it. Like, we could technically just try to melt this and use this for the meta refinery and loop it in. That's probably what we do. Hit him with the doo-doo. Hit him with the doo-doo. Okay. This is that. Could move that closer so the pipes aren't a problem. This doesn't need to be there anymore. We can actually get rid of this. Didn't get stuck. Let's go. Okay, nice. So ideally we want to do both of these. Maybe not that one because that's going to be how we get up and down. And then we could go here, here, here. So all that's going to get dumped inside. Oh, we got to wait. Look at these guys getting the full submerge. Not bad, not bad. Adding water because we just recently bopped these, which is good. I'm gonna do this just because I don't want that to like spawn inside. And then we get rid of this. Bottle drainer, remove. There's no problem with water being here. How are we over here? It's overpressured. Mop that up. Steam tile 5 kgs. What in the world? Dude, what in the world is this? Is the water just trying to cool it down and it can't? I mean, we can't do anything about that though. I guess that's all it's doing. Can't do anything about that. It's on a geyser. I can't build anything there. All right, new wire. We're likely gonna do that relocation down here so we can loop the ice. It just makes way too much sense to not try. So we're just gonna get this wire down this way. Tile. Ladder, cancel. We're gonna do that because that's gonna be where the proper ladder should be. And then we will wanna maybe not use this as a way down. We could probably have this stop at the meal hall. And then use another ladder to keep going. Which I probably should go here. Right, the bottom being... yeah, it's probably fine. Let's get rid of this. Let's get this dug out. And then I think we just start spilling into here. Let's go with this tile. Get that dug out. This doesn't need to be insulated anymore. Yeah, and then we're just going to start filling up the space. Spilling out to here is also not that bad. Just going to start cleaning it up. I will want to start cleaning up the bottles too. We will. Vital oil. So since this is cold down here, this makes a lot of sense to try to like melt it by just looping the metal. And then we just get our jobs done, right? Whatever it is we got to make. So it's a win-win for us. That means we get rid of that. For now, we'll keep it there in case we need to like make something. Polypress 1600. That's 8 turbines, right? All right, let's take this off. Let's use whatever amount of amber resin we have left. Finish it, and then we'll remove the setup. The vital oil we'll keep here. It's not a big deal. We're just making vital oil. Actually, this is not even on anymore, right? So it's just, yeah, vital oil in the jar. And then... oh, that's fine. So we'll take this as a bottle filler. Just so that we just have it in a bottle. Nice, nice. Let it spill. Let it accumulate. I wouldn't mind a new ladder here, to be honest. So that would mean I would want airflow here for airflow purposes. I would probably want to do a normal plat. That way I don't have to think about it. One, two, three, four, five, which means my ladder should be here. How's this sweepage still happening? Taking its time. Alright, so water, I mean, they're not going to slip, but making it so that they're no longer wet. Everything's working pretty well. So we're going to be getting off of the peats. That's going to be the goal. We're stockpiling natty gas, but we're not using it. 1.2? 2, yeah, this is not going to produce for a while. It happens. It is what it is. It is what it is. All right, so tile there. This gets removed. That gets removed. Normal setup. Fire pole potential wouldn't be bad. Okay, so from here, we want to start digging down. Water mix. Actually, that's kind of bad, right? So it's pea water, regular water. I should try to separate the water. Yeah, that does have some merit. If I could separate the water, I should. Okay. I have an idea for that then. I still want to wait for this to cool first. After we let it erupt for a while. That was my fault. Ah, man. I thought I sealed it. Okay, this is clean. We did a little bit of damage, but it's fine. Alright, water tank. We know this is going to go to the meta refinery. So pause here, here. Let's get rid of that. This isn't plugged in, it's fine. And then I think like before, this goes out, and then this is... I mean, no matter how we do, it's going to be the same, right? Double bridge. It's just where the wires are coming out. Alright, so we know that this line's going to be made anew. Both of these are no longer going to be used, and none of these matter. These two aqua tuner... Oh yeah, this aqua tuner does matter. No, this one does. That's funny. So it's this one that we plug in from this side. At some point, we're going to need that. And we're going to connect it to the right side. It's going to be a long conductive wire. I hope enough gold for that. We need the gold volcano to keep erupting, man. I hope you've been making stuff for us. Yeah, 19 seconds. Right, build, relocate. So I think we should do the pool of water. Realistically, I should put it here. But it's so much CO2, I'm a little bit worried again. We already have salt water right there. All right. I didn't do this, but I should do this. Here. Pipeline, we'll make it insulated, I guess. And then we'll do a bottle drainer for salt water. So any amount of salt water we'll just dump inside. No auto bottle. So we're just cleaning up the bottles. Then we just need a spot to deposit the brine. This is not a bad spot. I don't want to dump it here because it's going to start filling up. And then the others, there's no other real spot. Maybe in here, I guess. Start dumping it into this room. Maybe... No, I shouldn't try to, like, break into a new biome just to dump water. That'd be so weird. Alright, we got 3 Rexes. There's still a lot of food. Oh, man. We might need a 4th Rex. Alright, man. Get another one. I like how the dudes are just hanging out right there. With the polluted oxygen. Something about the flavor, I guess. Take the little baby seal. He's cute. Okay, this is all good. I guess we could also argue that we're gonna free up a lot of the wire. It's trying to generate power, and so we're just running the wheels instead. I think I know how we're gonna fix this though. We're gonna have to open this back up, go back inside, replace the water with phyto oil, and then run this back on top of this so we can get rid of the other aqua tuner. And then the single aqua tuner ST line here could support this, and then we could get rid of the other half. That's going to be probably how we want to do that. Okay, so still trying to clean this up. Kind of a pain. And then I guess it's time to set up the suits over here. So normal pathing is here. That means it's here. 4. Then it's there. Okay. So that's going to be our first set. We're going to want our suits right there so that we could start cleaning this up. Let's let the hydrogen release. And then we know this is going to be a liquid lock. It's not hot on this side, but we should still liquid lock with insulated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be decent. We'll have suits right here. We'll have to relocate the ice makers, but it's okay. Hopefully this chills sooner than later. Okay, so mopping this should push out the steam and it's no longer a heat buffer. And then we'll make contact with the refined carbon. It should actually solve a lot of this. We'll have to see though. I'm in. Mamba, I hear you, baby. Licking yourself. Salt water, no auto bottle, so it's only the, you know, bottle on the floor. Trace amounts of power. I really don't want to tap this, but it's like, this is in the way, man. I could be using this space for all the activities. Alright, freed up the steam. It'd be like that sometimes. Is the water heating up? 34, 35. A little bit of a water spill. Clean that up. It's gonna recondense. We're basically getting rain. Get out of there, Ellie. Use brine for the liquid lock. And we're gonna need to mop that up. Are you running steam and hydropower mostly still? Yeah. We got a new steam power right here. So it's on a smart battery, so it's not running. But when we need it, it's always going to be max power. And right now, I'm just converting my wires to work off of this instead of the temporary setup. The hydrogen SPAWM standalone, right? This isn't connected to anything. The SPAWM is just powering itself. A lot of hydrogen. We have a lot of natty gas access too if we need it. I've been pumping this since the beginning, almost. So I'm not using it, but if we need to, we have a backup power source. We just don't have the generators built. But yeah, it's going pretty good. Running off of steam, mostly. Let's get that. Get that. We're gonna have to relocate that. Yeah, so far so good. So far so good. I still need to have this pumped out, and then we could have both volcanoes active, doing the thing of spilling in the magma. Oh, this is active. Oh shit, that's fine. We're barely able to push up the temperature here anyways. Slayer, though, hope you're having a good Fridays, man. Happy Fridays, my dude. I see you over there. Could we do this? What are we doing? What is Pay doing? What is this path thing? And then she's cool. She's chilling. That was so jank. My dupes. My dupes, my dupes, my dupes. No auto bottle. We're just gonna whatever bottles we have. Okay, so empty. We could dig that. We need this to keep spilling. Erupts in a cycle. Okay. So we're on downtime, which is why they're not doing anything. It's cool though. All right, no more amber resin. We get rid of this. Microgram of steam, 8 mgs of plastic. That's fine. We'll just get rid of it. This is 150. All right, we're finally going to clean all this up. This is no longer needed as well. Finally cleaning up the base. Oh my god. So much nicer now. CO2 is fine. This is getting hot. Even with this nearby, man. Maybe I should make this swing by to like a tile. Bloop, bloop, bloop. That wouldn't be bad. Get to use a little bit of salt water. I kind of like that idea. Let's run this tile. This tile. Having it in the tile is probably all we need. And then we're going to need to add salt water here. Whoa. Oh, no, that's supposed to be radiant. I thought I messed up. Alright, all good. Everything else is insulated. Move the magma, boys. Move the magma. As much as I want to dig this, I don't think I can. Okay, get up to here. Lip tile, but that's fine. Getting rid of this. That's all diggable. Alright, so we'll get a proper ladder up here so that we have a longer tunnel for the suits. I do want to be able to ladder through, so we know we're going to seal it there. So the ladder should be around here. And And then we get a small suit tunnel to go outside. We don't need that many suits. We could also run a second floor, I guess, on the top right here. Nice and clean. Oh, that means we don't need the power here. Nice. Good stuff, good stuff. How are our waters accumulating? Activity in 3 cycles, and we still have P water. That's so good. That's actually so good. Saltwater dump, so we can just keep adding. Yeah, I'm reluctant to pull the freaking gold wire to here, man. It's far. It's freaking far. Like, I know it'd be better if I did it, but man, is it a struggle right now. Mop up the phosphorus. 60 degrees with the item soaked up by the water. Yeah, this is cooled down to a point where I think we're okay. And we don't need the ice makers anymore. It was good while it lasted, man. Alright, that got cleaned up. We're going to go down so that we could get into the cold area for metal refining. We'll have a power line for that. So we'll probably want to do that next time, though. So now that this is good... Oh, I have a lot of leeway on this? No way. I could run this line as my suit line. Yeah, I think I do that. I like that idea. All right, so let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of the power here. Let's get rid of the ice makers, bottle emptier. Let's get rid of these tiles. Dig that. Yeah. This having oxygen is not a big deal. It's gonna go out to that way. If anything, we're gonna want a door to prevent critters from going through. Dude, this barely chilled. Okay, we gotta build another one then. All right, this is gonna be the first active eruption. Let's see how bad this is. Okay, that's really bad because I was not able to absorb enough heat. Wow. Oh my god. Okay. We need to run second lit, I think. So this filled up. That means this is really compromised. For now, I guess it's the obsidian regular tile here. We need that here as well. That's not good. I mean, there's a fix for this. We just got to deal with this now. Holy crap. Totally no panic, no panic. We got it. Maybe. Sometimes. First things first, we can't have any more magma spill in. So we will kind of want to cap it. Maya, don't get burned. Nice. Okay, this is going to allow the magma to spill out. Oh, it's overheating damage. All right, that spilling out is fine. Tank it, tank it. Let's go, let's go. All right, so there we go. Everything solidifies. Heat transfers high. That's tough. We need to repair that. Everything is hot. Still overheating, still overheating. Take the mirth leaves. Okay. This tile is hot because of how it works. We gotta do something here that's weird. And I need to do it today because I'm gonna forget. Okay, that's solidified, so I'm not too worried about that. Okay, I do want to stop this, I guess, after this is done. Okay, so you're gonna see the items just stay floating. Oh, no? I'm supposed to be able to... Okay, so I need to dig this, but I can't dig it until I reload the game. I need this to chill so that we could re-solidify it. But there's nothing to chill with. And then this is erupting. That might be adding mass. Alright, we're gonna want that then. It shouldn't erupt anymore. It should be pressurized. Okay, so save. We are gonna do part 6. We are not wrapping up yet. I need to do a save load to fix something. Crap. Crap. It's gonna be fine, boys. It's gonna be fine. I actually don't know if it will be. Come on. Oh, man. That's so bad. All right, so now you see the tile, right? We could dig this out now. This is getting hot because it's absorbing the heat, right? And it's really, really hot. All right, so we lose the mass. We could move the stuff off so it doesn't keep heating this up. So now this could cool down. Oh man, AQ keeps overheating though. The temperature isn't dropping fast enough. Now there is a fix for this. It's just kind of annoying. Yeah, we're not going to cool this fast enough to be able to prevent this from breaking. That was such a bad spill. Oh, God. All right, it went down from 680 to 580. It's just, I need to be below 325. Are they sleeping? Yep. Dupes don't know. Colony's on fire and everyone's just sleeping. Anybody? Come on, anybody? Alright. These things are hot. They're actually depositing heat into the tile. Make it a nearby sweep. Move this to here now. Put it on that tile, it's better. 500, 400. I don't think we're gonna get it in time. We can't add water. Okay, so how do I want to do this? Technically, it's this tile. That makes it work a lot better. We could also try to do a reverse spill. But that's really weird how that works. Because it's basically a reverse magma blade. Spills in, so it's incremental with the magma being added in. That might be the solution. Either way, we're gonna have to put these two back one at a time. We might get close. I don't think the mesh tiles are going to be able to absorb any heat, though. Repairing this is going to suck. I hope it doesn't break, but I think it will. Alright, we're at the point where it's not hot anymore. Like, the AQ doesn't have to run non-stop. And it's fully broke. Alright, we'll be able to chill it. Oh, man. That's really tough. What is the best way to enter this? No, man, I might have to fix this next time. Yeah, I think we will. We could try to add more water inside, right? But it's like, we have to go back in to repair the AQ, is the big thing. But yeah, we're gonna have to save that for next time. Oh, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that sometimes. So we could do a couple things here. We could do a couple things. Yeah, we don't have a lot of space for a drop block. We could do a thing where we put a tile here and then a door here. And then do the magma blade. And try to use the door to push magma up on an interval. And then the magma spills in, teleports out. Because you need a tile here to prevent the igneous from popping up this way. Because it's clockwise, right? It's going to go up and then clockwise. So that means I need the door here, and if there's tiles here, and then we need the door there. You allow this to fill up. Have it spill backwards. And then we have to keep a tile here. Ah, man. Feels bad. And then that means we're going to have to redo this slightly so we can dump all the material inside still. And look at that, we were just so close. I think if I yellow alerted and made my dupe sweep earlier, we would have been fine. And we would have been like 1 HP AQ. All right, so the bottom's not gonna work anymore. We're just gonna keep that open. And all right, guys, it's gonna be time for us to wrap things up for the night. We did a little bit of a band-aid. It's not gonna break even worse. But yeah, we're gonna have to do some work on this next time. After that, we'll be able to start setting up the suits and start looking into space, doing some, you know, space scanning, rocketry. Probably want to go down here if we want to continue making metal. And then, yeah, we might have to visit the other geysers if we want to, but we'll see. But guys, I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. It is going to be time for me to wrap things up for the night. Appreciate you guys for being out here, man.